By the, so you're going by the $30 home goods clock?
It's 4:30 now.
Call the meeting to order. Note that everybody is here and,
Mayor Cabral, if I may make an announcement, I would like to announce that Councilmember Noblock will be participating via Zoom under the Brown Act for this meeting.
So
Did
he
we
has made a
improve-
request to participate via remote location under the Brown Act provisions for just cause. And he sent that request to the council. So
So do we need to vote on
I
that?
don't think we need.
we don't need a
but
vote.
It would be easier, I guess, if we just unanimously approved it, but.
You can, but you don't, this falls under the 2 times per year that he could appear remotely for just cause. So you don't have to vote on it.
Or you get two?
You
All
get
right.
2 without a vote.
Is there a preference here?
I don't think we need to vote, just.
Okay.
Yes.
He's using one of his.
Steve, it sounds like our microphones have been improved. Is that right, City Clerk?
They have.
Got a little reverb on them. That's kind of
Okay.
We'll
cool.
test that when you recess
Okay.
to closed session, yes.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Recording going okay?
is there an issue with the recording?
No. All right, so, someone want to move to go to closed session, or let's.
I will move that we go to closed session.
We have nobody in the audience, so we don't have any.
Correct, no
comments.
speakers.
Second?
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
And we don't have him on Zoom yet, right? So,
Is he going to zoom in the back?
He'll be on Zoom in closed session, yes.
let's start the meeting. Okay, we're going to call the meeting to order. The meeting of,
March 5th, 2024. This is the regular business meeting.
all right, first item is, you want, yes, we,
Mr. Mayor, if you could just have the city clerk make the announcement about Councilmember Knobloch.
Yes, Councilmember Knobloch is participating via Zoom this evening under the Brown Act, and he will be connecting shortly here. They're working to get him on camera now.
And that's under the just cause provision.
We're ready for the invocation. Margaret Hill with San Clemente Stake Young Women's President, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
thank you.
We have to gather tonight. We are grateful for this amazing city that we live in, and we're grateful for the leaders and the citizens who work together to help make this a wonderful place for all of us to live. We are grateful for each other. We're grateful for the work that we will do hand in hand, and for the conversations that we're able to have, and for the guidance that we will receive from Thee. We ask Thy blessing that we might be able to feel of Thy Spirit and to know what direction Thou would have us go in as we continue to work for the good of the city. We are again grateful for all of the blessings that we receive from living here, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. The Pledge of Allegiance. We'll just start it here. Put your right hand over your heart. Repeat. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Mayor, before we continue any further, I'd like to ask Councilmember Knobloch a question.
Yes, Council. You're on mute, I think.
Yeah, go right ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Can you just tell us whether there is any disclosable persons in the room with you?
No, no one's in the room with me. My wife is in the house with me, but she's in another part of the house.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, let's begin.
I'll note that all council members are present. First item on the agenda is special presentations. We have a community outreach program update. Presentation is by Community Development Director Adam Atamian. Carly Hunter and Troy Schenker are also joining this evening.
All right. Adam?
All right. Good
Welcome.
evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for your time today. We've got a great presentation lined up for you, and I've got our two wonderful community outreach staff with us today, Carly Hunter and Troy Schenker, and they will be taking some of these slides as we progress through. So I wanted to cover briefly some of the latest work conducted by our outreach staff, and then kick it off to Carly and Troy to talk about the community outreach program and some enhancements that we're currently looking into. So the community outreach staff continues their work with our homeless population, and I'll say housing vulnerable population. We continue to collect statistics which are available on the city's website. Looking at those statistics, the amount of work that they are partaking upon is consistent. However, it's starting to change a little bit in terms of its focus, and that's what we wanted to talk to you about tonight. Looking at the numbers from the last statistics that were published for January, the amount of contacts that they make are generally consistent with what we see this time of year, and generally consistent with the numbers throughout the year. We have noticed the unduplicated individuals starting to come down a little bit. Last November, we had 58 people reported. In January, we had 45, which isn't inconsistent with this time of year, but it's a little bit lower than it's been in previous years. However, one thing that remains consistent is the total clients in case management. And that's one of the issues that we want to address with you tonight. In addition to these statistics, we also had staff that were participating in this year's point in time count. And based on their participation, as well as some of the information that they were able to glean from other participants in that study, we're anticipating a pretty significant drop in the reported numbers. In 2022, the point in time count reported 81 unsheltered individuals. At this point, we're looking at probably a 50% at least reduction in that number. But those numbers are yet to be published formally. They normally come out in May or June, but we've heard that they might come out as early as April. So at this point, what we're looking to do is basically look ahead and ensure that our services are being provided in the most effective and efficient manner possible. And so what we want to do is build on this great success that we've seen with our community outreach team and establish a focused effort on some of our more challenging issues, and that's dealing with some of the more longer-term homeless and housing vulnerable. So that would be people who have housing currently, but are in a situation where without some assistance, they may become homeless in the near future. So we're looking at the next phase of our community outreach team program, and I will say we use the acronym COT to describe our community outreach team. So if you hear that described, that's what they're referring to. So I'm going to turn it over to Troy Schenker, and he will start us off on the next slide. Mr. Schenker, and then just forward.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We wanted to talk a little bit about a mental health focus and expansion of our program. Just as an example, we had a client who was 65 years of age. They suffered from mental health, substance abuse, and chronic homelessness issues. The client was perceived to be extremely problematic due to the required extensive attention over the years from outreach, Orange County Sheriff's Department, code enforcement, park rangers, and allied security. The San Clemente outreach team collaborated with several other nonprofits and agencies in order to finally get the client into bridge housing, which is just a fancy term for getting someone into a hotel program. They were there while they looked for a permanent living situation due to the San Clemente outreach team obtaining them a housing voucher. After several months of collaboration with multiple entities, the client successfully moved into an apartment in Tustin and now has the wraparound services that they need available to them. From experiences like these, staff has identified a need for more focused attention on mental health related services. Some of the community outreach team's program enhancements currently being investigated include mental health training and certification, advanced partnerships with mental health agencies and organizations, looking for crisis intervention strategies for staff to utilize, such as coordination with shelters, especially in the South Spa, for more access to beds, and tracking state laws and state policy development related to additional funding opportunities to address mental health and local applications of such programs. And I'd now pass it over to my partner and colleague, Carly Hunter.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. This is Carly Hunter, as he said. Thanks for having us, council members. I'm going to give just two quick stories to kind of put some feeling out there. One is about a gentleman that is disabled and was living in his car for several years. We obtained a housing voucher for this client, and he finally filled out and signed all of the applications and was given a move-in date of March 15th. We were all very excited until they let him know that he will have a deposit due on the 15th of $1,075, which he did not have. And so he reached out to the COT team, that's repetitive, to ask for advice, and we reached out to partner agencies and organizations, and we ended up finding a nonprofit that had it in their budget to pay for deposits for clients. A second story is we have a client in senior housing. She was given a 3-day pay or quit, and for fearing eviction, she reached out to us, and we did some investigation, and we, with what we call motivational interviewing skills, we talked her into just going down and paying her rent, which she did, and she remained in housing. That's our goal, is to either get people in housing or keep them in housing, and that was our interaction with her. So based on these interactions, we've identified a need for more focused attention on homeless prevention and longer-term social services. Some of the COP program enhancement currently being investigated for this effort include homeless prevention and training opportunities, investigating options to assist in coordinating with our partner agencies who provide rental deposit or rental assistance programs, and enhancing the city's social service outreach work, including coordinating resources for social services for the housing vulnerable population, assisting the city's housing rehabilitation loan program, and aligning our efforts with adult protective services, among others. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to Troy.
All right.
So that brings us to the topic of inclement weather. Unfortunately, there's such a lack of temporary shelters in Orange County. During 2023 and 2024, countywide, we unfortunately just don't have access. The county didn't open anything up to us. Staff continues to work closely with partner agencies to find assistant or shelters as needed. We are currently investigating opportunities to connect individuals to motel accommodations, such as voucher programs like those available through the city's partner agencies and entities. Staff continues to provide inclement weather supplies, and the San Clemente Outreach Team is also constantly tracking and alerting clients of imminent weather conditions and attempts to utilize such information to motivate clients to take them up on opportunities previously turned down. Thank you.
And that concludes our presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Do we want to do comments first, public comments?
We do have 2 public comments. Mara Michalek, followed by Donna Vadrine.
Well, you're coming up here, Troy and Carly. I always thought you were just Troy and Carly by name, that you were so well known in our community that people just called you Troy and Carly.
I only have 2 for 1A.
Okay. Hello, Council. My name's Maura. I'm a resident of Capistrano Beach. I'm a social worker, and I'm an advocate for people who are homeless in San Clemente for the last 6 years. I'm super stoked to hear about what the team's going to be doing. That sounds like some real moving in the right direction. But I came here to tell you a story about a newly homeless woman that I met the other day. She's a survivor of domestic violence, and she's actively fleeing her abuser. She told me she was trying to find shelter. She had already called FAM and Laura's house, a domestic violence shelter, but neither had space for her. She also told me she'd been applying for jobs, thinking if she got some money coming in, she could rent a room or a hotel room. When I saw her the next day, though, she was there with 2 Orange County Sheriff's vehicles. They were nearby and they were talking to her, so I got closer and I noticed that she was sitting on the curb with her hands handcuffed behind her back. She told me that she didn't know what was going on, that she hadn't done anything. Maybe it was because she was charging her phone on the outside of the business. But why did the officers approach her in the first place, I was wondering. She was just sitting there. She was coloring on an app on her phone, and she was literally waiting for Carly and Troy to call her. It turns out, after give us your ID, getting handcuffed, sitting on the curb, not knowing what was going on, she got a citation for not having her dog under her control. The dog, a service dog, was on the leash, but she wasn't holding on to the leash. So after they left, she was crying, saying she didn't do anything that warranted that kind of treatment. She was upset, and through her tears and indignant, she was motioning to the businesses around her, saying, now none of these people are going to give me a job. They think I'm a criminal. So this woman is not choosing to live outside. I Where's the timer? Okay. She's not choosing to live outside. In the last couple days, I called literally 18 shelters in Orange County and the Inland Empire trying to look for a place for her, and not one single place had a place for her. 18 shelters. And she does have a dog, makes it a little harder, but that wasn't even why. It wasn't because of the dog. So when you seek as one of your primary tools for dealing with homelessness the heavy hand of the law, this is what you get. This woman, a survivor of domestic violence, already dealing with unspeakable trauma, sitting on a curb, hands behind her back, being treated barely human, or at least feeling like that. Thankfully, okay, I'm going to skip ahead. So if you all would just pull out all the stops and work with the county and do all you can do to help homeless residents, then you would have a leg to stand on seeking clarification on the demands inherent in Martin. But until proper shelter and housing are made available, people will still sleep outside. And if Martin is overturned, you will only have more and more of what happened to this woman. And are you actually okay with that? I know some of you voted against submitting the amicus brief, but 3 of you voted to submit that, and I read it today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Donna Vadrine, followed by Nancy McIntyre.
City Council and City Leadership, I am here tonight to advocate for justice, for groups working for the good of all, and for our neighbors in need. Together, we develop relationships and advocate for our neighbors, for those in San Clemente that are in need of outreach and services tailored to individual needs and resources available. On February 6th, in closed session, this City Council voted to initiate legislation in support of the case City of Grants Pass, Oregon versus Gloria Johnson, United States Supreme Court, number 23175. The only disclosure of this closed session action was reported by the city attorney in a brief statement hours later in the business session of the same council meeting. This was not on the agenda for public review or public comment. There was no public dialogue between council members, only discussion with the vote taken in closed session. With council direction, the city has filed an amicus briefing hiring 3 Washington, D.C. lawyers. What is the cost to taxpayers in San Clemente in initiating this costly litigation? Where is the council dialogue and public input on this costly amicus brief filed by a Washington, D.C. law firm? Instead of doing the hard work of solving the underlying challenges of ensuring that the most vulnerable people have access to housing and the services they need, you authorize taxpayer money to hire lawyers to purge the homeless population from San Clemente. In San Clemente, we want solutions to homelessness. We in San Clemente want to stop spending money harming people with enforcement actions. We want actions out of our city to reflect our values of care and compassion for all residents. What actions have you taken to provide inclement weather sheltering in our city of 65,000? What actions have you taken to provide safe parking for those individuals and families living in their vehicles dispersed through our neighborhoods? What actions have you taken to provide temporary supportive housing and affordable housing for our working individuals and families? These are proven strategies to get people off the streets. As a co-leader of the San Clemente Homeless Collaborative, our mission is to reduce homelessness and promote dignity, health, and self-sufficiency. To live in a community where all families have a place to call home and no one spends a night without shelter. We envision a community in which everyone has a stable home and the resources needed to maintain it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, and thank you, Carly and Troy, for the work you do in San Clemente.
Thank you.
Last speaker is Nancy McIntyre.
Good evening. Mayor Carval, and city council members, and my fellow citizens. My name is Nancy McIntyre. I have lived in San Clemente for nearly 49 years. I'm presently one of the founders and the secretary of the board of directors of iHope. And for 15 years now, we have been working directly with homeless people, doing just what Carly and Troy were talking about, and that is assisting with rental. We actually have budgeted for putting people in, or helping them with moving in costs. We help with rentals for cold weather and other, moving costs. So, and that's just one of the things we do besides providing basic needs and referrals. We do work with Carly and Troy and Tamara in Dana Point. And we also work for OC with OC Behavioral Health Outreach and Engagement, Shane Mills, to work with our clients and assist them in getting on the voucher list. I have to say something about that voucher list. Primarily the very elderly, chronically homeless over a year, and disabled people are at the top of that list. So other people then, of course, and it makes sense that they get served first, but there are a lot of homeless out there who have just been homeless for 3 months because they were, they lost their job, or, what another reason, but basically they need that assistance. They need help to rehouse. So, that's definitely a need. And spending our taxpayer money, and I have to reiterate what Donna and Mara said, spending taxpayer money on supporting the amicus brief could be better used to expand what Carly and Troy were talking about, their services, and assist the homeless with their needs in this community. Another issue, again, is the inclement weather. We have experience with cold weather shelters, and also it would be very helpful if we had a safe parking program like the Jewish Family Services down in Oceanside. In fact, I just talked to one of our case managers who said she's now referring our clients to go clear down there for their safe parking, so that they're not harassed here. And, if they have a job up here, it's really difficult to have to commute from Oceanside. So there are better ways to use our taxpayer dollars, and I would appreciate it if you would consider those. Thank you, Council members Duncan and Meyer, for voting against this brief. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Is that the last comment?
That's the last comment, yes.
Okay, so we're going to bring back our panel. I just want to say, to begin with, I don't know if you can hear me, that two of the people I'm most proud of in this city are Carly and the team here, Troy. Whenever I talk about what we do for the homeless, I always mention you because you're the core, you're the backbone, and we have had unfortunate circumstances where, the police reach an individual before you do. But I think, in my experience, you're always there first. You're the first line in helping people. And actually, as a city, we're not really the first line. It's family, it's neighbors, it's the individuals that go out and reach and help people who will get in contact with you many of the times. It's community organizations that feed the people of the San Clemente, like FAM, that provide all the food that we need. It's the churches that have some accountability, at least some of the churches do something, and I know some of you are involved, but we need more church involvement. But the primary responsibility for the homeless situation is the county. They're given responsibility by the state to have the wraparound services. We don't even have the counselors or that are needed, the services at a city level. The county, by state law, has been given that function. And then finally, the state has primary responsibility for the citizens. We're the last line of defense as a city. The city's never, in the scheme of things, been responsible for it, but we do what we can. And I think the record will show, and the record does show, that we've made enormous progress in this city by the numbers of homeless that we've helped, that you continue to help, and we're trying to improve that, and we're going to do, in my view, whatever we can to help you address those issues. But again, the responsibility lies with the state and the county, and if they're not doing their job, particularly the county, if they're not doing their job, we can't fulfill their responsibility. They're given the money by the state to take care of those issues, and the state too. And if they want to shift that responsibility to cities, it makes it very difficult for us to fund all these programs they're needing. But we're going to do what we can, and we're sure that you will continue to assist all the people that come through here that need help and assistance, and we'll do our part to make sure that you have the resources. And you will let us know, of course, if you don't have those resources. But we're here for questions, and I don't know if any of my colleagues have any questions on this. Yes?
No, I don't have any questions, but I have some kudos. Well, look, I mean, I'll address the first point too. Whoever has the formal responsibility, it's up to the city to step up and make it happen, right? To be bold, to step out into the community and make a real difference for all of our residents. And we did. You know, I'll do a flashback here. These positions for Carly and Troy didn't just come out of anywhere. We made a conscious decision to make an investment and get rid of a consultant that wasn't doing the job, that wasn't connecting with the community, and get people who would get into the community, develop relationships with our homeless population, and connect them with the services that they needed to get back on their feet and get out of an unhoused situation. We devoted money during COVID to make that happen. I know Councilmember Noblock, if you remember that. We made that conscious decision to do that. It wasn't an easy decision, and it wasn't obvious, but it ended up being absolutely the right decision. But the important part is that we got the right people in place. Adam, your team, and I know we have Danielle too, but especially Carly and Troy, absolute rock stars. You know, people tell us we're not supposed to say good things about our staff. Screw that. Our staff rocks, and it starts right here with you two. Our community outreach team has made a massive difference, and it shows that there isn't a one-size-fits-all answer to homelessness. But we know that one thing that works is getting the right people in place, giving them the resources and the support to make those connections that are built over time with the homeless people. So you get that trust, so they're voluntarily willing to get housing, that they're not fighting against you. That takes time and effort. It's not easy work, and I give you all the credit in the world. Along with our Deputy of the Year, Amber Garcia, the third member of the team, who's also done an amazing job. And I've seen all of you in action together. So I just want to give you tremendous credit, tremendous gratitude on behalf of the council for the work you've done and the progress that you've made. We can make a difference as a city, and I think we've proven that San Clemente is a leader in making positive progress with our homeless, and it's borne out through the data, but it happens because of hard work every single day. That's because of you two. So thank you so much on behalf of the city. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably most of you can remember prior to 3 years ago when we hired Carly, sat through numerous council meetings where the entities that we'd had that were supposed to be the outreach for us, we had two different ones in the 5 years previous to that, and you'd get the same report, the same numbers every time. That's a presentation like this was, well, we drove so many miles to transport homeless, we made so many contacts, but there was really no evidence of what those statistics meant. I want to remind people that there's a perception with some that our homeless strategy is to send people out to say, we'll just move along. That's never worked. And a prime example was in the south end of the city here, actually in the county of San Diego. We had a homeless issue down there, an encampment, and we asked them to approach it. And I think we waited several months without really much action. So that's when Carly and Troy, Deputy Garcia, Adam, and his staff started going down there and engaging. And how did they remove that encampment? They found housing for those people. That's how it was removed. North Beach, why is it cleaned up? It wasn't cleaned up because we sent law enforcement down there to enforce laws and move on. That hadn't worked for years before that. How did it get cleaned up? Is Carly and Troy engaged. Took a lot of time because this process does take a lot of time. They found housing for a couple of individuals, and all of a sudden it was cleaned up. That's what the city's strategy is to engage, find housing, and that's what's That's what's caused our homeless, our point in time count anticipated to go down at least 50%, was because of the engagement, finding housing, finding services, getting service-resistant people to accept services. That's the city's strategy. The law enforcement is a component of it, but our city strategy is to engage and find services, and that's why we've had as much success as we had. Again, I want to thank, Carly and Troy, that we could not have two better people to do this. That's something else. We could have the positions, but unless you get the right people in place, it doesn't work. So we're so fortunate to have them, and I've reminded them several times, I don't ever want to hear about one of you having a 30-day notice to leave. Don't want to hear about that. If you have issues, I want you to come and talk to the right people there, because we want to keep you. It's successful. It's getting better all the time. And again, like Chris said, I'm really proud of you and the work you've done.
Mark?
I just want to echo what everyone's saying, and the proof is in the pudding. Like what you're doing, the statistics that we're seeing, numbers go down. I mean, at the rate you're going, you'll work yourself out of a job, God willing. The hope is that we won't need your services because everyone will have a house to go to. Until that comes, though, you are invaluable to what we are trying to do in this city, which is to try and make sure people have a roof over their head. A housing first solution, that's what we need to focus on. In terms of city responsibility, it is everyone's responsibility. And our city can get money from the county if we have the programs that ready, and then they will fund those programs. I would love to hear from you. How long does it take between you making that initial contact with someone, an unhoused, until they can actually find a housing place? And what are the difficulties in that?
That's a complex question. Carly and I have gotten someone matched to a housing opportunity that was already available. It was to a unit where they've been housed within 30 days. And then there's people where we've met, interacted, engaged, got them on that list that was discussed previously, and it's taken upwards of a year. We try to undersell and over-deliver because of the rapport that's so incredibly precious to us, which is what really puts us in a position where people do trust and allow us to help them. And we usually say it can take anywhere from 1 to 2 years. So if it happens faster, it's not telling them that it's going to happen quicker and have it take longer. We'd rather have the latter of that.
Right.
All right.
What more can the city do to support you in that? And maybe Mr. Damian.
Well, so the program that we're laying out, which is partially fact-finding at this point, but there are some opportunities for enhancing our relationships with other agencies and organizations that we have worked with and that are just in the county doing the same work. Support for that work is really what we're looking for at this point. We do have a grant from the State Department of Housing and Community Development called the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Grant, which helps, which can only be used for these types of services. And so, a lot of this isn't really going to affect the general fund. We think we can use some of those funds for some of these activities that we're talking about. So at this point, the reason this is a special presentation is because, these are things that staff can and wants to engage in doing, and just let you know that we're looking at kind of the next phase of our approach. And we'll be more than happy to come back with updates as those are received. But at this point, we don't really see too much that the City Council needs to provide other than goodwill and support in these efforts.
Are you done?
Just one more question. How in our community, how many do you think are susceptible to becoming homeless or lacking their house?
That's a great question. I know that Carly and Troy have dealt with a number of people who are housing vulnerable.
Thank you. Housing Bowl.
But I'll let Carly or Troy kind of talk about some of those numbers. As far as a global statistic on that, we're not in the position to be able to speak to that, but they can enumerate the actual experience that they've had.
So as community outreach workers, the database that we utilize, the Homeless Management Information System, is only able to be utilized by people who are literally homeless, living on the streets or in a vehicle. So it's not a constant number that we pay attention to because it doesn't directly apply to our responsibilities here at the city. I will say that there are more and more calls from people, either someone saying that I'm about to lose my living situation, or like that was mentioned previously, I've fallen behind and don't know what I'm going to do. Carly and I are professional optimists, so we're constantly trying to work around the system that we have because it's an uphill battle made out of red tape. Housing is always our goal, but we don't just rely on that and keep all of our eggs in one basket. The relationships that have been mentioned tonight are truly our biggest weapon in our arsenal, because even like there's mental health services that are extremely difficult and challenging to get into that this city is the only one from, I believe, Irvine down that's been able to get not one or two, but even 5 people into. So we're constantly building relationships. We try to have as much in our arsenal that we can kind of apply to situations as we come across them. On one occasion with someone behind on rent, it could be because of a particular issue. So again, it constantly goes back to the one size doesn't fit all. Our networking abilities are something that it's never over. It's a constant challenge. We're constantly trying to build upon that. We go to conferences, we network, we go to outreach meetings for everybody that does what we do, and we're attempting to improve that on a day-to-day basis.
Keep learning. I think Steve, did you have a question? Or I know you have a voice problem with. So.
No, thank you, Victor. Yeah, no, I just want to say, this homeless issue, we all are concerned with people that are hurting, especially in this bad weather if they're outside. But, when we look at the problem overall, the vast, vast, vast majority of, quote, homeless, end quote, people are there because of drug or alcohol abuse. And until we address that issue, we have an unfettered flow of narcotics and drugs flowing across an open border along the southern states. And until this issue is addressed, I guess the state and federal government have no problem with open borders and the increase of drugs in our neighborhoods, our schools, and our families. Until that issue is addressed, we're going to continue to wrestle with this. And providing a home for every person that simply doesn't have a home, when the vast, vast majority of them are drug and alcohol related, having a home is just going to give a home to someone who has a major drug or alcohol problem. So I think we need to begin to seriously address that issue. And as Victor said earlier, the state and the counties have the primary responsibility here. We do what we can locally, but if we keep our eyes closed to the policies being set in Sacramento and Washington, and the people that make those policies don't seem to care or don't seem to want to make a change. And until that changes, we're going to have meetings like this every day or every other week ad infinitum. So I just hope we can seriously address the drug inflow from across our border, and hopefully a new administration will change that. Those are all the comments I have.
All right, thank you. I think unless you have something else, we'll move on to the next issue. Thank you very much for your presentation. And as we all agree, you're doing an extraordinary job for the community. Thank you. All right.
Okay, next item on the agenda is oral communications. I will call the first 3 speakers to line up. Gary Hedrick, followed by Amanda Q, followed by Wayne Eggleston.
Oops. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Gary Hedrick with San Clemente Green, and I don't have a presentation tonight. I just wanted to remind you of the last time we spoke. We're speaking about the new information we have and the urgency we have to deal with sea level rise and the conditions at San Onofre not being favorable to storing nuclear waste. So, in this discussion tonight, and I'm so proud, another reason to be proud of San Clemente with the presentation just before me. But, I face the same kind of resistance from the city council back when we were trying to get the plant to stay shut down after they broke their steam generators. And at the time, the results were frustrating because the city would deny responsibility or having jurisdiction over some of these things, and yet once we familiarized the city with some of the issues back then, you wrote a wonderful letter to other cities in our surrounding areas and created some momentum that really made a difference. And I'm just encouraging you to remember that lesson, because that's all I'm asking you to do right now. Is we'd like to acknowledge the possible threat of sea level rise troubling our nuclear waste, and the Coastal Commission wanted to do this in 2035, and all we're asking you to do is let's move that up to date and start planning now, because we have new information. Yeah. And I hope you all got a copy of the SOS documentary, and you'll be hearing more from me about the Fukushima anniversary and some of the other things coming up. CEP is 2 days from now, and we'll be discussing sea level rise, and I appreciate your paying attention to this really important issue. And if there's something you can do, I don't know what the next step is to ask for a letter, but if someone can move that up to an agenda item, that'd be great.
Well, I think we need to, if you're done.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We are addressing that issue at the city manager, addressing it. And the community engagement panel, we have that up. Mark and I are members of that, and we're addressing that in the next meeting on Thursday, as you know, and we'll address it from a committee perspective as opposed to a city councilman. But I think it's being discussed.
Well, great.
Thank you.
We're asking other cities to write the letters, and we always seem to be the last ones, and we're the closest to the problem. But thank you for your attention.
Next.
Amanda Q, followed by Wayne Eggleston, followed by Donna Vadrine.
Hello, council members, city staff. Next slide, please. So I attended the Coastal Resiliency Concept meeting last week, and the previous plans for North Beach called for a cobble and boulder living reef. And I'm so glad that Dr. Susie Whitelaw presented a cross-section of that, because it was huge. And to the point where the water was very shallow, and there were safety issues regarding that. Next slide, please. Here's the previous plans for a Boulder Delta. Next slide. And then previous Cypress Shores beach plans, again, for a cobble and boulder wall there. And it was Chris Webb that stated next slide, please, at the new meeting of last week, that it was, those plans are off. They're no longer on the new plans. So the second coastal resiliency concept mentioned groins, but there was no mention that Newport Beach is on their 13th cycle of sand replenishment and sand dredging. So they do put in new sand there in Newport Beach and also in Huntington Beach. Next slide, please. According to Chris Webb, he stated that the breakwater will not be removed. So how is it not included in the pros and cons, where it says breakwater, more expensive, harder to remove? The reef says expensive and hardest to remove, high tide limits. And so I'm just wondering, why is it there if he said it's not going to be removed? Next slide, please. The North Beach plans are massive in comparison to Ole Hansen Beach Club, which is right where the arrow is at. That's like 1.52 acres. So we're talking about that big, huge structure, which the top where the one is, that's above the surface, and it kind of goes down, but it's really massive in comparison to Ole Hansen Beach Club. Next slide, please. So using Google Earth, the area from this from Calle Estacion all the way to the Ole Hansen Beach Club there is about 250 meters, approximately 800 feet. But it looks, that area, next slide please, when you look at the maps, it looks really small, and you could see where right there, the Capistrano Shores option B, the Ole Hansen Beach Club is really tiny in that area. So these are two massive structures on there. Next slide, please. So I'm kind of wondering if those Capistrano Beach ones are aligning with the North Beach, they're gonna have three massive structures. And this is two massive structures already at Trestles, and just wondering or near Trestles, how it's gonna affect the surf at Sano and Trestles. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Wayne Eggleston, followed by Donna Vidrine, followed by Susie Lance.
Mayor?
Good evening, Wayne Eggleston, Marine Monument, Park Semper Fi. I wanted to give you an update this evening on Park Semper Fi. It was dedicated in 2005. The Heritage of San Clemente Foundation, a 501c3 of which I'm associated with, designed it, raised the money for it, and built it. And built all the infrastructure there, the memorial wall, the landscaping, the statue, the sprinkling system, electrical, and benches and so forth. We built all of it. We've had a partnership with the city of San Clemente for 19 years, which has been a wonderful partnership. Our obligation is to maintain it, and for that we have the honor of doing the ceremonies at Park Semper Fi. We have yearly ceremonies there. We have Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and of course the 4th of July. We close it down to the public at 5 o'clock and invite active duty Marines and sailors and their families for a potluck and to watch the fireworks, and has been very successful. We give them a very safe place to watch the fireworks on the 4th of July. I wanted to give you, also we have additional ceremonies there. We have military weddings, military memorial services, military retirement, and re-enlistment ceremonies. And just recently, we had a memorial service there, and you've seen one of the pictures there with the wreaths and the flowers and so forth. I wanted to give you a heads up for April the 6th. It's the Battle of Ramadi, the 20th anniversary. It's a reunion at Park Semper Fi. We are only trying to, our position is to help the Ramadi warriors, the veterans, do the ceremony there at Park Semper Fi. This is a 4-day event at Camp Pendleton with the morning of April the 6th at the monument. It started out, it's 2-4, 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines, which is our adopted Marine Corps unit. They lost 33 Marines and 1 sailor at the Battle of Ramadi. And so this is going to be a huge event. It started out with 200. It's now up to 700 people that have registered for the 4-day event at Camp Pendleton. They're staying in our hotels and so forth. We have 34 Gold Star families and their guests. They're totaling 84. The city has agreed to help sponsor the event, and I have placed a request in for certain items yesterday. Just today, the Marine Band has accepted to be there, which is a huge event, to say the least. So we have a sponsor for luncheon after the ceremony to entertain the 34 Gold Star families and their guests, totaling about 84 total. And we'll invite VIPs, and of course the city council members are invited. This is the largest event we've had there. And so we certainly appreciate the city stepping up and helping with this, because this is going to be a huge, huge event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you.
Donna Vidrine, followed by Susie Lance.
City Council members and city leadership. My topic tonight for oral communications is the San Clemente City Council amicus brief authorized at the City Council meeting on 2/6/24. This amicus brief is an improper use of closed session decisions. It is not a confidential employee or a contract negotiation. In fact, it is a matter of great public interest and deserves public debate. San Clemente is committing itself to litigation at the expense of the taxpayers while keeping this matter secret. It espouses criminalization as its only solution, and it is not a constructive approach. For instance, a majority of our population describe themselves as Christian, but there is nothing Christian about this approach. In the gospel, Jesus tells us to feed the hungry, to give drink to the thirsty, to clothe the naked, to give shelter to travelers, to visit the sick, to visit the imprisoned, and to bury the dead. We thank God we are a secular county, but we're founded on a Judeo-Christian heritage. All the major world religions espouse the above moral principles. In getting to know our local homeless, it became apparent that they're not them, they are us. Our fortunes are built on the wonders of capitalism, but our Darwinian U.S. version comes with collateral damage. What would the father of capitalism, Adam Smith, say? Smith always described himself as a moral philosopher. He invented his system to allow all of us to participate and benefit. What would he say? Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Susie Lance, and the last card says blank.
Okay. Oh, Susie.
Good evening, council members and city staff. Thank you for having me. I am Susie Lance with the Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to provide a little report on what we're up to. And if you know us at all, which you do, you know we're not up to just a few things. We're up to a lot of things. So I thought I'd focus on just one thing to highlight this evening. And I wanted to talk about our initiative in workforce development. We have noticed, as other cities across the country have noticed, that our local employees, or employers rather, want to hire locals to work, and our local folks want to be hired within their communities or have the opportunity to do so. So we are, as a chamber, we feel we are uniquely positioned to help in this effort. And what we've also noticed is that we have a lot of local stakeholders here that are working on wonderful workforce development projects, but we're not all talking to each other. So because of that, we've started a workforce development committee. A couple of the council members attended our second meeting last week, so thank you for being there, Councilman Leffler and Duncan. And we're starting to talk about how we can connect the dots as a community. So the purpose of these meetings is to kind of bring everybody together, starting with our local nonprofits and additional stakeholders who are invested in this topic. And this is not requiring any staff time on behalf of the city. It's really rather a chamber kind of organized group. So we are looking forward to making great impact, and we appreciate your support. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Next
speaker.
I didn't give my name, obviously. This isn't about the gun storage. It's about the group that nobody knows how they found out about us or who wrote, to have them come here. But after the last meeting, it was literally a day or two later, and one of the speakers, someone from that group, called his employer and said that he shouldn't be allowed to have his job because he believes in the Second Amendment, which is our Constitution, right? So this is the group that was brought in, that they think nothing of, because they got the first and last name of a speaker, they felt perfectly fine with calling and trying to get them to lose their job. What's next? Get them kicked out of their apartment? Get their kids kicked out of school? I mean, this is an extremist group. Whether or not they presented themselves that way, I would never, no matter what anyone is the opposite of me on whatever, I'm not going to call and try to ruin their life. That is not okay. And that's exactly what this group did. So again, is it safe for us to stand up here and talk to the city council? I mean, what other groups are going to be coming? What, am I going to get a call tomorrow about my job? This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further speakers?
That was the last speaker comment. Next is motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and
Do you
ordinances.
want to make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous?
Aye.
And-
Steve? Okay, unanimous?
and
Just
Mayor-
a moment. So because we have a, Madam Clerk,
We were both going to say the same thing. Because we have a council member participating via Zoom, we need to do a roll call for each
All right,
vote.
let's
Yes.
do a roll call. Steve?
Aye.
Duncan?
Aye.
Aye. Rick?
Aye.
You.
Me? I'm an aye. Mark's an aye. It's unanimous. That's on every vote?
Yes.
All right, okay.
Next item on the agenda, that carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda is consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
Is there anything requiring immediate action?
No.
I see none. Steve? Anything requiring immediate action?
No.
No, okay.
None.
We don't have to have a vote on that.
Closed session report, city attorney.
thank you. Mayor and council, the city council met in closed session on item A1. There was no reportable action. The city council met in closed session on item A2, and there was no reportable action. And the city council met in closed session on item B1. There was direction given and no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item?
Staff communications, and I am not aware of any, city manager? No staff communications? We do not have any public hearings this evening. So the next item on the agenda is under unfinished business, and this is item 8A. It's the second reading of ordinance number 1773 concerning safe gun storage. And we have Community Development Director Atamian.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. This item is before you as a second reading to an ordinance that the City Council voted to introduce at the last meeting. This was based on direction from the City Council at their September 5th, 2023 meeting, directing Public Safety Committee review. The Public Safety Committee reviewed a model ordinance proposed by a group, Moms Demand Action, at two of their meetings last year. And the committee advised against the adoption of that model ordinance. However, as mentioned, the City Council did vote to introduce an ordinance at the last meeting. This ordinance that was introduced by council provides for regulations related to safe gun storage. The ordinance does not substantially burden the right or ability of property owners to have or use firearms for self-defense in the home. The locking requirements in this ordinance only apply to firearms that are not being carried on the person or in the person's immediate control. And under the proposed ordinance, firearm owners may carry loaded and unlocked firearms in their home at any time, and the safe storage requirements allow owners to store firearms loaded if they wish. I am aware of some questions from the public related to the council's original direction, and it relates to the phrases used to describe the document that was provided by Moms Demand Action, identifying it as a letter of support. Staff has only seen this document as an ordinance, and that's what was provided to staff, and that's what the Public Safety Committee reviewed. And so when this was brought back to the council, staff has only seen this as a proposed ordinance. The item is on tonight's agenda in the due course of the typical process to amend the municipal code, which requires that an ordinance be introduced at one meeting and that it be adopted formally at a subsequent meeting, with the effectiveness of that ordinance taking effect 30 days after adoption. The adoption of this ordinance is what is under the purview of the council tonight. And with that, I will wrap up my comments, but I'm available for any questions.
All right, so we'll take public comment. Thank you.
Amanda, followed by George Morrison, followed by Tom Streeter.
I think I have a presentation, please. If you could start at slide 6. So I'm concerned regarding how this became an agenda item, and I'm glad Mr. Adam Matamian mentioned that originally was a support letter that was stated by Councilmember Lafleur, but it's actually an ordinance. When it's my understanding that OCSD didn't want anything to do with this, per Sheriff Barnes, and I'm concerned regarding the city attorney that why, she mentioned that it was preempted by law. And if it wasn't for Councilmember Knobloch, we wouldn't have known. The public would not have known about it. So I'm really concerned about if we have another situation where the city attorney is really not being proactive in avoiding any legal problems or legal litigation. So I brought this up before as because the city, it's my understanding there's no record of ever applying to Mayors Against Illegal Guns, from what my understanding is, and what is the next step, because Mayors Against Illegal Guns is also under the banner of Moms Demand Action. So next slide. So skip that. Next slide. And again, it's a support letter. It's stated, next slide please, as an ordinance. Next slide. It's stated as an ordinance, and I'm glad Mr. Artemian mentioned that. So my concern is that there was this narrative that followed from the council members to the Public Safety Committee, and to really mislead the public and really have an opportunity to talk at the Public Safety Committee about an ordinance versus a support letter, because a support letter is a total different thing than actual having an ordinance. So I'm really concerned about the legal complications of that. Couple slides over, couple more. So my concern is that was this done for political reasons? This is a slate mailer that was from the neighbors that he put in the trash already. And this is from Chris Duncan for State Assembly, and it lists all the accomplishments that he has done. But it's my understanding, I'm kind of wondering if if there's going to be another box with the heading that he secured, gun safety storage, and really boast about that. And it is done politically, I think. I think this is a big error, and if there is litigation, it's on your fault. If it's your fault, thank you.
Thank you.
George Morrison, followed by Tom Streeter.
I'd like to thank the council members for their valuable service to the city of San Clemente and making it the great city it is. We're all on the same side. We want gun safety. We want to keep the guns out of the wrong hands. We're concerned for child endangerment, and we don't want stolen guns in the hands of criminal hands. I was curious to check for gun-associated infractions in the San Clemente area. I looked on a couple of sites in Orange County, and then I checked the sheriff's blotter, and I really couldn't find too much. I kept on getting this no matches on my searches. So perhaps my search skills aren't adequate. However, I do work on a computer all day. So if we don't have any or minimal cases, why is the time now to write an unneeded ordinance? Seems like the guns in this community are already being adequately taken care of. Seems like the people of this community are already following the rules and the norms for our society. I also appreciate the council has previously addressed this subject. In 2021, the City Council declared San Clemente a Second Amendment Freedom City. As part of this resolution, the council then encouraged gun owners to complete firearm safety training and to make sure their weapons were stored safely and securely, which is what this ordinance is supposedly about. Listening to news and podcasts, we seem to move from one crisis to another.
my question to the council members is what the crisis is that's happening now to warrant a non-enforceable ordinance. The wishes of the council have been previously made clear. It looks to me like that hasn't changed. In my letter to the San Clemente Times, to the editor, I sent each of you a copy of that, so I'm sure you have that one. I'm not going to go over that. I made this suggestion, same suggestion for training, that everyone who has a gun should have, and then they can control their own weapons. When I was division surgeon for the Big Red 1 in Infantry Division in Germany in the 80s, the fence was still up between West and East Germany. We were ready to fight and perhaps die to keep communism out. Those fortunate enough to have been taught world history know that history repeats itself. I hope we've learned that we do not want to go down the paths that have happened previously in this world. I do not want the steps for gun confiscation to happen as noted in my letter to the San Clemente Times. Many in California are now trying to make that happen from within. I hope all the members of the council respect the resolution and the Constitution of the United States. I'm hopeful that the council continues to support the status of San Clemente as a Second Amendment freedom city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Final speaker is Tom Streeter.
Good evening. My name is Tom Streeter. I'm a San Clemente resident. At this council's last meeting, Councilman Loeffler proposed an ordinance requiring that a firearm in a residence must be kept locked up whenever it's beyond the homeowner's easy reach. Councilman Loeffler spoke passionately about the firearm-related deaths which he had witnessed or investigated as a Los Angeles police officer. Almost always the firearm had been stolen, usually in a burglary. Mayor Cabral spoke with equal passion about two significant problems with the ordinance. It was preempted by state law and it violated the Second Amendment. I'm here tonight to propose a modified ordinance, a compromise, on second reading. Under my compromise proposal, if children are or might be in the home, then the test set out in state law continues to apply. The homeowner must lock up the firearm or take some other reasonable steps when the firearm is beyond her easy reach. If children are pretty surely not in the home, however, then a different test applies. Yes, the firearm must be locked up, lesser steps won't do, but only when the homeowner is also not in the home, and thus has somewhat increased the chance that the home might be burglarized. And the firearm is sufficiently locked up if it's in a locked drawer or closet with a cell phone controlled Bluetooth lock. Amazon sells such things for $100. I've emailed some proposed legalese to the council. It's in their packets. The city attorney will undoubtedly want to have some input too, and yes, I will have additional legalese. If a thief enters a house while the homeowner is absent, then it's a burglary. We want a firearm in the home to be as difficult as possible to get to, as difficult as possible for the burglar to steal. But if a thief enters a home while the homeowner is present, then that's not a mere burglary. That's a home invasion robbery. We want the firearm to be as easy as possible for the homeowner to get to. And it will be the homeowner who will get to the firearm first. She knows where the firearm is, even if it's in the next room. The invading robber does not. This compromise ordinance addresses Councilman Loeffler's concerns about firearm thefts. Burglary is quite rare when the homeowner is at home. The compromise ordinance is therefore just as good as the original ordinance in preventing firearm thefts in a burglary. At the same time, the compromise ordinance addresses Mayor Cabral's concerns about preemption and the Second Amendment. As to preemption, state law strikes a balance between child protection and firearm rights. This council can't strike a different balance on this issue. It can strike a different balance between firearm burglaries and firearm rights. That's a different issue. As to the Second Amendment, the compromise ordinance uses the least restrictive means to address firearm burglaries. It affects the firearm owner's right to keep arms only when she's away from her home. It gives her total control over the arms as soon as she and her cell phone return. It does not affect her right to bear arms at all. Perhaps Councilman Loeffler will continue to support the ordinance as originally proposed. Perhaps Mayor Cabral will oppose any ordinance at all. I hope that they will both vote for this compromise ordinance. Whatever they do, they're both welcome at my next coffee clutch.
Thank you very much. And I did receive your emails. I think we all did. Any further comments?
No further comments.
Let's get into some discussion. Who wants to go first? Anybody? Go ahead.
Yeah, a comment and a question. Since the last council meeting, I think city attorney has done some research, and while you certainly can't throw out the possibility of litigation. Is there anything that you discovered in the state law that at least addresses that litigation somewhat?
Actually, I did some research on that.
Hold on, we're going to have a discussion.
Okay, I think it might be the same research.
Yes. Do you mind if I take it, the answer? Because I got the law pulled up right
Go
here.
ahead.
Sure. So the law is SB 1327, California, and this was stated in 2022. A statute shall not be construed to restrict a political subdivision from regulating or prohibiting firearms in a manner that is at least as stringent as the laws of the state, unless the statute explicitly states that political subdivisions are prohibited from regulating or prohibiting firearms in the manner described by the statute. Essentially saying, look, California cities, they are allowed to make laws about guns as long as those laws are not less than the laws made by the state. So if the city wants to make a law that is more stringent than the state law, the city is allowed to do so. And if the law goes further, if the city is to be sued for that, then the city is not liable to pay for the lawyer's fees.
So, can I ask you a question then? So
Yeah.
you're saying anything more stringent is permissible by the city? So if the city wanted to ban all guns, they could do that?
As long as it does not go against the Second Amendment. So there's still the
And
federal,
there's still a federal problem.
still a
Okay.
federal
Okay.
statute on that, yeah.
All right. But there is both state and federal law that have governed this area, even though
Yes.
it's a different reading. Go ahead, Rick.
I'll go back to the city attorney. Is there any more clear way you could maybe summarize what you think that this law is?
I think what you're saying is, at the last meeting, the city attorney had opined about some litigation risk potentially, and you're asking if there's more information that the city attorney has this meeting that might,
Might mitigate
yes,
some of that.
might address that prior advice.
So I would have quoted the exact same law that Mayor Pro Tem quoted to you. So that was effective a year ago.
So
Okay.
there-
I just gotta get one clarification.
Okay.
On the legal fees, if somebody sues us over this,
The Mayor Pro Tem was correct in his statement of the law. So I guess what you're saying is, has the legal risk been reduced because of SB 1327? As a practical matter, most likely.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Now I get it.
Yeah, I get it too, and I get it, and I mean, the state chose to shift the risk, or give more protection to cities.
I'll just say, yeah, I appreciate all the comments, and I wouldn't call the ordinance more stringent. What I would call it is more focused on public safety, steps to improve public safety and do things that we can do to make sure that firearms are handled in a safe way, while of course continuing to enforce and enshrine the Second Amendment protections that U.S. citizens have. So that's what we did. I'm proud of us for doing that, and I'm certainly going to support the second reading here.
Did you want to make comments?
All I can say is that I think this will be good for the city. And in terms of history repeating itself, the history that I'm looking at is people getting shot every day. That's the history I'm looking at. And that's the history I want to mitigate and stop.
I do, unless, no, Steve, you have some questions?
Yeah, I just want to say that a couple things. Number one, the state has preempted the gun issue, number one, and I think that's very clear. Secondarily, we pass ordinances when there's a problem. Mark just said kids are getting shot every day. How many kids in San Clemente are getting shot every day? If you go to Chicago or Oakland or New York, you might find kids, by definition, those that are under 18, mostly gang-related, are getting shot. But that has nothing to do with this gun safety ordinance. A comment was made earlier, I think at our last meeting, if this just saved one life, it would be worth it, and we need to do that. Well, every activity in this world causes injuries. If we wanted to save one life, we'd have to outlaw literally everything you could name, from bike riding to taking a bath to driving your car to working on the roof. Anything that results in, it could potentially result in tragedy. We don't have a gun problem in San Clemente. We don't have a gun safety problem in San Clemente. And the restricting guns or access to guns, even in a what appear to be a controlled fashion, we don't lose our freedoms and our liberties by virtue of bike riding, roof repair, driving a car, or taking a bath. But we do go down the incrementalism and the slippery slope of dramatically reducing our Second Amendment rights and liberties and freedoms. And by the way, the Second Amendment is the only amendment that guarantees our right and our safety and our freedom from a potentially tyrannical government. And when we see the globalist open borders, crime encouraging of the Democrat-controlled major cities in America, this is a serious issue. I don't think we should go down the slippery slope. I sympathize and have compassion when I hear Rick talk about what he's observed as a policeman in Los Angeles. Well, this ain't Los Angeles. This is San Clemente. And so I'm not supportive of the ordinance and will be voting against it.
Yeah, I guess it's my turn. I mean, I think we all know where we're at on this issue. We've discussed it at length last time. I would only raise a couple things that are of concern. I mean, I still have the same concerns. I think the Second Amendment is precious. We should protect it and preserve it. And that's one of the reasons I'll vote against this, because I think it infringes on it. Whether we get sued or not, it here or there, neither here nor there. There are a little bit of state preemption on this. I think the state does a pretty good job. I think more than sufficient to ensure that guns are protected and the safety of our youth are protected. I mean, if we were going down a direction, I would, could possibly support, a program that gave our citizens gun locks so that they could be locked. But I do believe that if I look at, I looked at the stats and I looked at the number of this cause of death of children, this being the number one cause of death, or guns as being the number one cause of death. But you look at some of the other ones, it's auto accidents. We could save a lot of lives if we prevented kids from being in cars. It's the second cause of death is just suffocation, and who knows why they're suffocating. But there's as many children that suffocate as get shot by guns, and actually those gunshots they're not suicides as we may be led to believe. They're mostly gun violence in cities, and they're not gun violence in this town, as far as I'm concerned. I have trust, and my experience with the people of San Clemente is that they're going to do everything within their power to protect their laws. And they're the law-abiding citizens that do lock their guns, that do everything to follow the law. I don't think we have a crisis here in this city. I think this is a law in search of a problem. I haven't seen anyone identify the problem. I've seen this ordinance talks about a number of things, the number of minor children across. None of this stuff that in this, I think, applies for the most part, the burglaries, the stolen firearms, to San Clemente. I think we, for the most part, as San Clementians, obey the law and don't need this to entice us. I would favor education, voluntary education on our part. And I like the other proposals that have been thrown out, but I just don't believe that we need a law. The second thing is that I look at the ordinance. Our ordinances and our definitions are going to cause us problems, because the way we define firearm, for example, I'm going to ask Adam about this, any weapon from which a missile, such as, but not limited to a bullet, ball, shell, is hurled by an explosive. It's a lot different than the state definition. That would include BB guns or pellet guns, correct? We're not using the state definition.
Yes, looking at that. Yes, Mayor, looking at that definition, that would include.
Okay. A locked container It uses a penal code, so that's pretty clear. It has to be locked in the residence. Let me ask you this. So we've talked about some of the homeless people in town who don't have a residence, that are unhoused. Would their leaving a gun in their facility be covered by this? Or could they leave a gun there because they're not, as I read this, covered by a house, the definition of a house? Is that something you've looked at or not looked at yet?
That's a very good question, but staff would need to do more research on that.
Okay.
Okay. Just for, so you're saying if you have like a cardboard house and.
Yeah, you wouldn't be covered.
But is that a residence?
I think it could be.
I'm sorry, I think it's a little bit laughable at this point to be so concerned about the homeless's Second Amendment rights when we should be concerned about whether they have a roof over their head or not.
Well, I'm not concerned. I'm concerned about this law of general applicability to them. But
If I might, though, Mayor, you may have just unintentionally proven our point here. You said the other two causes of death were vehicular and suffocation. That's why we have child seats mandated for child safety, and that's why there's all kinds of regulations about toys and mattresses and children's clothing that take those suffocation risks away. Because there was a risk to children, we reacted with safety measures to proactively prevent future deaths. That's what we should do with firearms.
and I agree with you, except to the fact that we have a Second Amendment to this Constitution that prohibits some of that.
And there's no dispute that this is in full compliance with the Second Amendment.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily agree to that, but I think we've had a full discussion, unless there's.
I mean, only to say this, here's the Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. We are not infringing on anyone's right to own a gun. That's not on the table here. Anyone here can own a gun. And that, nothing is being taken away from that.
Actually, you are infringing. When it says absolutely shall not be infringed, you are precisely infringing when you place any restriction on it. So
It does not say absolutely. It says shall not be infringed, and we're also talking about a well-regulated militia here, too.
Don't ignore the plain meaning of the English language, especially in the Constitution.
Sorry, the Supreme Court has already ruled that you can't have reasonable restrictions, so that ship has already sailed.
Yeah, Steve.
And that was Justice Scalia.
No, I'm going to comment. Thank you.
Well, let's comment one at a time, though.
Go ahead.
You're next.
Okay. Steve, I appreciate the Second Amendment. There's a lot of infringements that's been passed on to you. You can't own an automatic weapon. That's an infringement. You can't own high-capacity magazines. That's an infringement. You have to wait 10 days to get your gun. You can't just walk in to Walmart and buy a gun and walk out with it. That's an infringement. You should have been bringing up all these things while those were placed on you. Right now in California, when you go in to buy a gun, it has to be videotaped. The purchase actually has to be videotaped. That's kind of an infringement. So I appreciate your feeling on the Second Amendment. I have the same feelings. But this isn't a Second Amendment issue. 80 cities for the last 6.5 years have passed these, and no challenges in court about the Second Amendment unless they're just saving them all up. I understand your passion for the Second Amendment. I just don't think it really translates to this, my opinion.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that, Rick. And I think it does ultimately translate in the long run. But again, this is an issue in San Clemente, a safety issue that doesn't exist.
Okay, and
state law clearly addresses the issue. We don't have a problem here, and to pass this is just unnecessary.
Well,
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to call for the vote.
Okay, well, I don't think there's any further discussion anyhow, so let's go down the line.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, there's to be a motion.
Oh, there's no motion yet.
Okay, so I'll move to adopt ordinance number 1773, the safe gun storage.
Second,
Do we need to read
the
the?
whole ordinance?
Okay, not on the second reading? I will second.
there's first and second, all right. We'll go first to Steve since he's on the,
No?
Aye.
Mr. Duncan.
Aye.
Aye.
And I am a no. So there we have it. Next item on the agenda.
Pardon me, I'll just read this. The motion was by Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer, second by Councilmember Duncan.
Duncan, yes.
Carried 3-2 with Mayor Cabral and Councilmember Noblock voting no. And it was to adopt ordinance number 1773 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending chapter 9.04 offenses against public peace and decency of the city of the San Clemente Municipal Code to add new section 9.04.045 relating to the safe storage of firearms and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. And the next item on the agenda is item 8B, consideration of authorizing a grant implementation agreement with the County of Orange for the South Orange County Integrated Regional Water Management Grant Proposition 1 Round 2 Grant Funding Program under the California Department of Water Resources for the Recycled Water Quality Improvement Project. And we've got Public Works Director Riebensdorf here to present.
That was a lot.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Riebensdorf, Public Works Director. I have a brief presentation. Just want to get a little background on this project and information to the council. The project consists of installation of a new microfiltration and reverse osmosis facility at the city's water reclamation plant, and it will help to improve water quality, recycle water quality to meet our regulatory limits. The project will blend or side stream, will take 1.2 million gallons per day, and will lower the TDS from about 1,350 parts per million. And TDS is salt, so our water has pretty high salt content. And we'll lower that to under 100, and then we'll blend that back with 2.2 million gallons per day for a total reduction in TDS to below 800 parts per million, which is pretty good high-quality water for recycled water, and our customers, especially the golf courses, will love that quality of water. And we'll have the ability to produce up to about 3,360 acre feet per year. Some of the benefits from the project: improve water quality for our city customers, allow the city to meet its regulatory limits, and in addition to that, allows the city to meet Santa Margarita's regulatory limits, so we could potentially sell that water to Santa Margarita to help to pay for some of the project costs. And it nearly eliminates ocean or discharges from our treatment plant to the Pacific Ocean, so that's another nice benefit. Whoops, I jumped ahead. City customers use about 1,165 acre feet per year of recycled water. We really have a stranded asset. We have an asset that has the ability to produce up to 3,365. So by building this project, we can lower our TDS and then sell that water to Santa Margarita Water District to bring in revenue to help pay for this project. Our city customers, we're looking at a recycled water expansion. We'll be coming back to the city council this summer with potential projects. And our customers have the first right to use that water, but anything above and beyond, we can sell to Santa Margarita, help to pay for those costs and reduce costs for city customers as well. So why is recycled water important? It helps to diversify the city's water supply portfolio. It reduces the city's dependency on imported water. The city imports about 81% of its water from Metropolitan Water District, and 14% is supplied locally through recycled water production, and another 5% from 2 wells at the city's golf course. And I'll go into more detail in a couple months. We'll be coming back to the city council to talk about another potential project, the Doheny desal project, and that would also potentially help to diversify the city's portfolio. So a little bit of the costs on the project. It's a $13 million project, and this evening City Council is being asked to authorize the city manager to execute a grant in the amount of $700,000. We'll be coming back to the city council with a full financial analysis and costs to our customers with this project prior to going out to award of construction. So that'll be sometime towards the end of this calendar year. And then we'll also be coming back at the next city council meeting with a request to apply for a WIFIA loan to help pay for this project and potentially a recycle water expansion project, but with no obligation to sign that loan, at least at this time. So with that, I'll answer any questions the council might have on this project.
Thank you for your presentation. First, is there any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay, this would put on this would normally be a consent item, but because of the amount of the project, we want to give people an opportunity to ask questions or address it. But I think it truly is the kind of consent item, unless somebody has a question. I'll just call the question, and we'll start with.
Wait, we have a motion.
Need a motion?
Why am I just really want to move this meeting along. Is there a motion?
I'll move to adopt the staff recommendation.
Second?
Second. All right. Steve?
Yes. Yes.
Aye.
I
Aye. So it's unanimous. Thank you for the presentation.
Appreciate it, Dave.
Dave.
Great work.
And we all got a copy of that lengthy report, so we read it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, so technically with a roll call vote with someone on the line, you need to say the member's name and then,
Okay.
but the clerk can just fix that by saying the results of the vote.
I think I said Steve. That's not good enough. Steve Noblock?
Yes. No block, yes.
No, what I meant was everybody else just went aye without the,
Oh,
you know,
they have to
stating of
each
the name,
identify
either
themselves.
themselves or you, just for the future ones.
I didn't get that memo.
The motion was by Councilmember Duncan with a second by Councilmember Noblock, and all 5 council members, including Councilmember Loeffler, Mayor Cabral, Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer, voted in favor, carried 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda is continuance of no action on conditional permit 1021 related to the property located at 616 Del Dios, Assessor's Parcel Number 690-552-05.
You're back.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. This item before you is a request to continue the abeyance of the revocation of conditional permit 1021 that council took action on at the January 16th meeting. The parties that are involved in litigation stemming from the Harborview Estates Homeowners Association, which would be that homeowners association, American Tower Corporation, and the city, have been occurring, and those discussions are productive. And at this point, both, I should say, the city, the American Tower Corporation, and the Harborview Estates Homeowners Association are all in support of requesting a continuation of that abeyance until July 31st of 2024. It should be noted for the record that a letter in support of this request has come in and I believe has been provided to the council from the Harborview Estates Homeowners Association. With that, I will end
All right.
my
Do we have any?
presentation.
We do have one speaker,
All right.
Bert Levesque.
Good evening, Bert Levesque, Harborview Estates, the president. I was asked to come down to state our position is still the same as it was back in January when we met with you folks, that we've asked the tower to come down. We're asking for American Tower to comply with today's rules as it relates to any cell tower or pole being put up. There was a meeting between our attorney and American Tower's attorney a few weeks ago. We reiterated that position. They reiterated they had offered up the same security measures that they offered at the first meeting back in mid-January. I understand that we're meeting, both sides will be meeting here in a couple of weeks. Our attorney had expressed, I think it was 60-day extension. I don't know what July 31st came from and why it's so long, but that being said, I just wanted to put it on record that that's where we're at. There hasn't been no offer from American Tower since we last met that's any different than it was January 15th. So I'd like that for record as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. No further comments. This issue has been around. We had lengthy meeting on it. Pardon?
Pardon me, I'm sorry, I was just being handed a card just as we were finishing, so we do have one more. Tony Rubolino.
Okay.
Sorry, 8C, so this is about the Harborview cell tower, I believe. So just like to make sure that everybody's on the record that Chris Duncan pushed in a text message to all of the council members and city manager Andy Hall, and this is not something that can be censored through the paper, literally states, and I quote, "Still pissed the Harborview folks did not at least clap for us. We went way out for them." That's Chris Duncan, council member, running for the 74th district. Again, I'm going to say it one more time. Still pissed the Harborview folks did not at least clap for us. We went way out for them. Just like to make sure that that is on the record for this agenda item and that the Harborview folks are well aware of Chris Duncan's contention for them. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think, let me ask a question about the date. I think the timing, the date that you are proposing, that to conform with our meeting, that the first meeting of September would be a more workable date. Is that something that would work in your calendar also?
Yes, that would work, and I do want to clarify one thing. I wanted to state that the Harborview Estates Association supported the continuation. I will note for the record that they are recommending a continuation until mid-May. That's in their letter. However, staff's position on this is that we understand that these types of settlement discussions can take some time, and instead of coming back and forth to the council to ask for extensions, it's easier just to ask for one longer, reasonable timeframe. If the council would like to go to September, staff would be supportive of that.
Does someone want to make a motion then on this?
Yeah, sure. I'll move to continue the abeyance of the relocation of conditional permit 121 until September 3rd, 2024. To maintain the status quo until that date.
Is there a second?
And I'll second. And
Okay, I guess for the record, the motion was made by council member. Why am I forgetting your name?
Councilmember Inmeyer.
I know why, because I got up at 3 this morning because I'm still on East Coast time.
Okay.
So for me,
I'll give you some grace. It's all good.
Really. And the second by Councilmember Duncan or no block?
I think
Okay.
no block.
No block's
Stuck in
fine,
there.
yeah.
No block's stuck. Okay. So, all in favor, council,
Roll call.
yeah, roll call. Councilmember No Block,
Yes.
Councilmember Duncan.
aye.
Councilmember Loeffler.
Yes.
Councilmember
Inmeyer.
Enmeyer.
Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer.
Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer. It's getting late for me. I gotta end this meeting.
Oh, you gotta do your own too.
Early, late.
And Victor Cabral, Mayor, aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you for reminding me.
Next item on the agenda is item 8D, consideration of council member travel and training expenses.
Is there a presentation? Yeah.
I hope not.
Okay, I'll just move to authorize an expenditure of up to 100.
Wait, hold on.
We do have two
Oh, we have,
speakers.
sorry, my bad.
First speaker is Amanda, followed by Tony Rubolino.
Well, at least it wasn't Karen's husband, right? This time.
Karen's
That'd be more
husband.
clear.
Okay, exactly. Next slide, please.
It should have been.
So I'm glad that the staff report included this email. And it says, I misunderstood and thought meeting event was 2 days. Please cancel my hotel reservation. Accordingly, we don't need to bring this back to the council. Why? I mean, next slide, please. Councilmember Duncan stated that he had documentation at home saying that it was for 2 days when this policy meeting was only for 1 day, Thursday, March 21st, at the Los Angeles Marriott Burbank Airport Hotel. Next slide, please. And I wanted to discuss this, a recap of why we have a policy, because there was a commingling of mayor role with his assembly campaign. And when he signs his emails, there's his hyperlink to votechrisduncan.com. Next slide, please. And the interim city manager at the time, he said he doesn't think that it's critical to attend the DC trip, and that state level is a better value use of time. But he said he was told that he should go. Next slide, please. So I think this is from a recent slate mailer, and I forgot to bring it up because it was big. It was a foldable one. But my neighbor, who is a Democrat, actually threw it right into the recyclable. So yay for recycling. But next slide, please. And this document was really not an official document. It was never presented to the city council, but it's my understanding that Congressman Levin wanted something, basically put all this together. But that U.S. Army Corps engineer document and all this whole presentation was just a facade. It was just done for publicity. Next slide, please. Here's Duncan taking credit for OCSD and city staff. And next slide, please. And the helicopter also. But here is, it says on the one of the boxes, stop the extremist abortion ban. But however, it was Mayor Pro Tem Chris Duncan who sent out a city, a support letter, or not a support letter, a letter with all the city council members, letterhead there, all the names of the city council members, and saying extremist efforts to ban abortion and willfully remove access to a variety of critical healthcare services will endanger women's lives. It was a pro-life measure. It wasn't to ban abortion. We don't have abortion centers here in town. Next slide. So I brought this up before, last week, and I'm just kind of wondering, is there going to be any problems with having Senator Blake Spear having a hyperlink and in her documentation? Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Tony Rubolino?
One more presentation?
Tony Rubolino, yes.
Okay.
All right. I like to call this presentation, oh, you don't say. Let's go ahead to the next slide here. The really beautiful part of this agenda item is when you dive into the details, the packets on the hyperlink so that you can really get the nitty-gritty of the information. In here is the agenda report. So really quick, I won't read the whole thing, but basically what is outlined in red there is that after it was discovered that the meeting would be held on a single day, it was determined that a hotel room was no longer necessary. But Chris was really, really adamant that this was a 2-day course and a hotel was imperative to the success of his attendance. Next slide. Now, the audio is really irrelevant, but this is the over 4 minutes of discussion that occurred at the last meeting amongst council members. And here's some really beautiful, noteworthy comments that came out of the mouth of Chris Duncan. I don't know that I will spend the night. Meetings on one day and then overnight. And then when challenged on where is the supporting document, I have plenty of backup. Happy to provide that. Well, there was no backup. He was not able to provide that. Meetings the next day as well. And this is the really piece de resistance right here. I would hope that you would just trust me. Next slide. Right at the bottom of this memo, you'll see that the subject, the meeting that we're discussing, is Cal City's governance, transparency, and labor relations, et cetera, et cetera. Not super transparent, Chris. Just trust me. Just trust me. Just give me the money so I can go to this meeting. I'd really, really appreciate it, guys. Don't ask for any supporting documents. I've got it. I've got it. Don't worry about it. Well, when push came to shove, there were no documents to back it up. And the transparency is actually what changed the whole purpose of the meeting attendance. Next slide. Here we have the GTLR Policy Committee meeting will be in person on Thursday, March 21st, not March 22nd, at least for what Chris's participation would require. The meeting will begin at 10 a.m. and scheduled to adjourn at 2 p.m. This is a 4-hour meeting, lunch provided. And Chris is asking for a hotel room for this, not on the taxpayer dime. And this is precisely why you now have a policy and that council members need to get approval first. They can't just go out like Chris did last year and blow $5,000 plus on a trip to DC and then say, well, I already went, you gotta pay me now. This is why this policy is in place. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
No additional speakers.
Were we done with the comments?
I-
There's one more.
Excuse me, this is on the cell tower. We've already discussed that.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know, all I wanted to say was.
This is, we're speaking on a different item right now.
We're talking about travel, right? There's no more comments on travel?
Correct, no more comments.
So is there any discussion, Chris?
Yeah, it was a 2-day event, actually, but as the speaker correctly said, as it ends up, the only mandatory course was on the first day. So happy to be back with my family that night. I don't want to spend the night up there. My understanding was that that was part of the program, but upon clarification, I realized my mistake there. Happy to just go for the 1 day and appreciate the approval of the gas like we normally do in this case.
Is there then a motion or discussion for Rick?
No.
Yeah, I'll just-
Noblock, do you have a,
Give him the opportunity.
Councilman Noblock, do you have anything?
Comments?
Comments, yes.
No, not really. I just, the line between service and politics often gets blurred. And I think the line in this case seems to have been blurred on several occasions, multiple occasions actually. But I think anything that has value for the city is important. So I would support the motion.
Mark, any comments or
No, I'm
you want to move this?
happy for him to go and serve the city in this capacity. So with that, I'll move to authorize an expenditure of up to $110 related to City Council members Duncan's mileage reimbursement to attend at the 2024 March Cal Cities Governance, Transparency, and Labor Relations Policy Committee meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mark Enmeyer.
Thank you.
I make some motion, and this guy next to me, Karen's husband, Rick Loeffler.
Thank you.
Seconds it. Let's go down the line. Noblock,
Yes?
Duncan,
Aye.
Loeffler,
Yes.
Enmeyer.
Yes.
Cabral is a yes. It's unanimous, 5-0. Thank you.
You got your own name right like 3 times in a row.
I'm surprised I'm still awake right now.
All right, next item, moving on to new business. Next item on the agenda is consideration of items for establishing the Arts and Culture Committee 2024 work plan. And Beaches Parks and Recreation Director Wiley is on her way up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. This evening, for your consideration, is the Arts and Culture Committee first work plan that they've assembled. To give some background on how this came together, the committee met and they were tasked with each sending myself a list of items that they felt might be relevant to the committee. The committee met at a special meeting date and reviewed all of those items and compiled them all into one, and were able to narrow it down to the items listed on the staff report. And I believe that they did a really good job of honing in their focus for the upcoming year. The committee really wanted to focus on achievable, attainable success. They wanted to feel like they were making a mark early on, and starting projects that they could finish. That was really the goal. Also want to acknowledge that, they are only meeting 6 times a year. They meet every other month. And so they wanted to be mindful of their meeting times and hopefully reduce the amount of special meetings that might get called. So they were very cognizant of that as well. You'll see that there are a number of subcommittees that were established, really intended to become working groups and then bring back their findings to the whole committee in its entirety. So I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? No? Councilmember No Block?
I would make a motion that we adopt resolutions.
Hold on.
No comments. I was going to make a motion if there were no other questions.
Hold on one sec. We had a member leave.
And I did want to let you know, we do have a public comment when you're ready.
Oh,
Yes.
all right. We do have public comment.
You'd like to hear the public comment
Public
first?
comment.
Okay.
Public comment.
Amanda?
We haven't got any comments on a couple
Quick
things.
presentation here. Next slide, please. So, I'm just kind of concerned if this is what the city council wanted, whether they wanted an ad hoc committee, because the Citizens Amphitheater Committee was 5 members, and so to have an ad hoc committee of 3 members of the Arts and Cultural Committee, I'm just kind of concerned about that. Next slide, please. The subcommittee will also consider the feasibility of a future performing arts facility. So I'm just kind of concerned about that. Next slide. Sorry about that. This is a mistake on my part. Committee member Hirschman and Fowler introduced this for a possible master plan. It's item D, consideration of Community Rail Playhouse partnership, Fowler and Hirschman. And I will play part of an audio of that meeting.
It was on the news that Cabrillo Playhouse, our existing play company, with respect to, to the Camino Playhouse, Cabrillo was more or less saying that their programming sometimes it doesn't sell out. They're not getting a lot of patrons for their own shows, so to have another one within the city could be a potential. Competition's not the right word.
I see what you're saying. There's a limited
we would have to gauge the demand.
I think.
So basically, that was committee member Hirschman. Next slides, please, stating about concerns regarding Cabrillo Playhouse not selling all of their seating. And my concern is that here was a article by the OC Register, next slide, please, that really was against, created a narrative against Camino Real Playhouse, saying that Cabrillo Playhouse went out warning its patrons that the city council might bring another theater company into town. And they basically were describing them as a bigger theatrical gorilla. Next slide, please. And in that article, Victor Cabral, mayor of San Clemente, urged calm all around. And but it's interesting is that there's two different there already existed 2 theaters in our town, Sebastian's Theater and Cabrillo Playhouse. So it's my understanding is that Mayor Cabral already said I think they could both survive. So this was a closed session item for Community Rail Playhouse, and so he's commenting on this narrative that was developed in that article, and it shouldn't have been. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No further
speakers.
Comments. Any questions of staff?
Yeah, just one on the issue of like work groups or subcommittees. This, I think, kind of holds for all committees. I'm asking if it does. So it's a 3-person work committee or subcommittee, but they still come back with whatever they're working on to the entire committee, and they deliberate or throw it around or whatever. So there's more input than just 3 people on each work plan item.
That's correct. And they're not compensated for the subcommittee meetings either. It gives a little bit more flexibility to schedule their meetings. The goal is, these are ad hoc, so what BPR typically does is we sunset these, and then at every work plan at the start of the fiscal year, we're going to bring it back to make sure it's still something council wants them meeting on. But they would bring back their findings to the committee as a whole and hopefully have some recommendations. Then those would be passed forward to council.
And the recommendation would come as the whole body?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
If there's no further discussion, does someone want to make a motion?
Well, actually,
Okay, you have a
just want to
question?
make a point. So we had the Coastal Advisory Committee, and they had a list of a lot of different items, and we narrowed it down to like 3, right? And 3 like practical things that they might be able to really dig into and establish in a year, given they only meet once a month. And I think we should do the same thing here. And I'll make a proposal based on their list here, but I'll sort of boil it down to 3 again. And so one is performing arts facility, right? So it doesn't have to be an amphitheater. It could be indoor, outdoor, but some place for our high school to be able to present ballet, our numerous.
Yeah, it's their item 1, yeah.
Yeah, but I would just sort of call it that performing arts center. So work on, advise us on options for where we could have a performing arts center. Maybe it's something we already have, right? We've talked about our own community center. The second one would be, I like the public art displays and I like the utility box thing, so I think I'd probably just say, advise us on maybe locations. Doesn't have to be utility boxes. Could be other public locations where we can have public art, right? Like we've had a wall and surfing murals and those kind of things. I think they could take a look at places in the city and give us advice on where that public art could be. That would be the second one. And the third one actually isn't really on their list, but we have this thriving surf culture and scene right now. We have like all these surfers on the championship tour in the WSL. We have a group called 2% that's making movies. They don't have a place to show them, so they do them at Stance, and Stance has been great at hosting them and kind of an impromptu screen up there. But I think maybe I might have, I would appreciate some advice from this group on how we can kind of support and integrate that thriving surf entertainment aspect of the city into something that's more publicly available and supported by the city.
I would agree with you. It's a need, but I think the committee itself, I met with them yesterday. They spent an enormous amount of time with staff developing this based on their expertise, their knowledge, who they are, what they do in their jobs, and I thought the list was great. I think it's something that we can do. It could actually be tied into the first item, establishing some kind of public theater. I mean, what we're looking at already, but I would hate to give them a job that they've never.
Well, but I think that's where I think we've gone a little bit off with our committees. Mm-hmm. We don't work for them. They're supposed to be advising us.
Yeah.
So we should find out what we need advice on and would love community input on and give them that direction, not be responsive to them and say, hey, yeah, sure, you want to do these 15 things, go for it, and maybe they'll come back with a couple in the end. I'd like to have like real results on something that would actually like be beneficial to us, I think, and the city. And so that's why I think narrowing it down to like more attainable things that we are actually, we're telling them, here's what we'd like, instead of just accepting, oh, great, you came up with a list, perfect, go for it. That's where I think we've gotten into problems where we haven't gotten maybe the productivity from our committees that I think we could benefit from. And also, it would be easier on staff if we gave them more sort of narrow, concrete things to work on. That way, if they started going off, staff could go back and say, that's not part of the work plan. Almost anything would be part of this work plan, right? So I don't think it's actually that helpful, because it's kind of a lot of different random, very vague, broad things. I would like to provide them with more narrow directions so that they could work on these 3 concrete things and come back with real proposals on those and advice on those, instead of, this is kind of, to be honest, a little bit of a wild goose chase, right? Like they could almost be working on almost anything related to this list. So I think it would be helpful for them and us if we provided that specificity.
Well, I think the list that they have is pretty specific. I mean, It's not a general idea.
Yeah, I agree. If I could speak, the difference between this committee and other committees and commissions is we've never had an arts and culture committee. It's a blank slate, and I would rather not handcuff them by saying we only want you to opine and look at a limited number of items. I think we ought to give them the freedom that their expertise allow them to do a broad across the board approach as they've recommended. I like what they've proposed. I like the suggestions, and I think we ought to unleash their talent and their skills to come back with the best plan, the best recommendations they can come up with.
I think we've talked about this for several meetings now. I think what might help with Chris's suggestion, without limiting it, is if we have a council member that's kind of the liaison with the chair of the committee that will meet, I think that will offer an opportunity for the council to have some input back and kind of, where are you at? What are you doing? And maybe, keep it corralled in that way, as opposed to narrowing the work plan.
I just want to, Chris, I love your idea, by the way. I think it's a fabulous idea. I just think they've already done a lot of the work. They spent a meeting doing that. Maybe we get an opinion from the person that directs that committee and works on it, which
Yeah, I think we should hear from Samantha, and I appreciate the input, but I just say, I think what they did was a brainstorming session, right? Like they got in there and they thought, here's all the different things that we'd like to do. That's very helpful. That's great. It's just, you can't do everything. So we need to provide that direction to them, from my opinion, to narrow it down to, and I think 3 is a good rule, 3 concrete, fairly specific things that they could actually focus in on. I love the idea of a council member being part of that too, to keep them focused to that. But I still think that the list as it is, and I totally support this committee, I think it's great that we did this, but I think we should have more direction to them about what we would like to see them bring back to us. Samantha, sorry.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So if I can give a little bit more detail about some of the items, and I do hear what you're saying, Councilmember Duncan. I think maybe there's an opportunity to add in some kind of ad hoc subcommittee that addresses supporting surf culture. And how, and this committee I think there's some really great players on the committee that have some of that expertise, and they probably could guide us in that right direction. So the utility box art program is a long-standing program in the city, and the committee wants to kind of dust off that program. There's a number of utility boxes that have gone by the wayside. They haven't been replaced. The want is to revive that. So this council's aware there was originally some funding available. So the goal of the committee is to bring back a policy to the council for their consideration. At that time, there would be a look at what the budget might be and what some of those other implications are. So that was one project. The other project was a policy update to an existing policy that we have in place for art in public places. It's outdated. It doesn't reference this committee. So that's why that one was important to the committee as well. And then the defining the mission and vision, this goes to, they are looking for direction. I think they see themselves as this is an opportunity to build a foundation for arts and culture in San Clemente. And they really wanted to lean into public input and be a platform for the public to come out and share what they want to see as arts and culture in San Clemente. So that was the goal of that. And then the ad hoc subcommittees, obviously, the amphitheater and performing arts facility is important for the council based on the amphitheater subcommittee conversations. And public art exhibits and displays, this was an effort. Some of you might recall that the Cinco de Mayo Fiesta years ago had an incredible art exhibit that spoke to Hispanic heritage and that culture. And the committee expressed an interest in bringing that back, and that worked with the schools, it worked with our local art association. They wanted to see more of those types of displays in special events. And again, that could certainly tie into surf culture, whether it's working with Ocean Fest to see where we can do surf art, whatever that looks like. And then the other one was concerts and live music. And this is, again, leaning into the expertise of the committee members. We have a really wonderful concert series, and many of them are in that industry, so there was a want to participate participate in the selection of bands. But again, I do think that there's a fit for a surf culture subcommittee.
Couldn't you just take 1B and put a slash after displays and put surf culture as part of that component?
Certainly.
Public art exhibits, displays, slash
You
surf
just
culture?
Or you could incorporate it in your discussion with them.
I'm happy to do either of those things.
All right, Mr. Enmeyer? Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer?
No, I'm excited. I see what Mr. Duncan is saying, especially in relation to a lot of our other committees, that I think sometimes they get a little bit outside of their lane and need to be focused in more on our direction. I'm excited about what they're coming back here with, and I do also like the idea of adding a more focused proposition here on surf culture. So I think that'd be something to add in. And then as there are things specifically that we as a council want to see them do, we can absolutely be able to do that. But I'm pleased with what they have so far. And I think because it is a newer council, it's hard to say what we want to change yet without seeing what they've produced. I want to give them the opportunity to produce something, and then after, we come back next year, if we need to change and update it and focus it, narrow it, then we can do that. I do like the idea of having a liaison, not just for this committee, but for all committees. And maybe that's something we would bring back as a future agenda item to discuss.
I think we're looking at that.
Okay.
So any further discussion? Do you want to make a motion or?
Sure, I'll move to accept this with the addition of a surf culture component in there.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been first, motion by Councilmember to adopt the recommendation with the surf culture. Mark Enmeyer made the motion.
Rick Leffler?
Second was
No,
Councilmember Leffler.
My legs started hurting. I've been sitting here so long. All right, Rick Leffler, second. There's no further discussion. We'll vote on it. Steve Noblock,
Aye.
Chris Duncan.
Appreciate the amendments. I'm going to vote no because I still think that we should be more narrowly focused. And so just as a making a point, I'd like to encourage us to do that in the future. But I certainly, I support all the comments and I support the committee, but I'll vote no.
Okay.
I'm an aye. Councilmember Enmeyer?
Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer and
Rick Leffler is an aye.
Victor Cabral is an aye.
Carries 4-1 with Councilmember Duncan voting no. Next item on the agenda is consideration of authorizing a land lease with the State Lands Commission for use and maintenance of public beach access facilities at Linda Lane, El Portal, and Mariposa, and finding the project categorically exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act, Class 1.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm very brief here. As mentioned, this item is a 15-year lease to continue to maintain 3 underpasses for beach access, and I'm available to answer any questions the council might have.
Is there any questions? All right. Do we have public comment?
We do not.
Okay, someone might want to make a motion then?
I will make the motion to adopt resolution number 24-30.
So, motion by Mark Enmeyer, second by Rick Loeffler. We'll take a roll call vote. Steve Noblock,
Yes?
Chris Duncan,
Aye.
Rick Loeffler.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mark
Yes.
Enmeyer, Victor Cabral, Mayor, yes. Next item.
Item 9B carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda is 9C, consideration of amending the term sheet for Salty Turf LLC related to the development of a miniature golf facility at Vista Hermosa Sports Park and finding that the miniature golf project is categorically exempt from 14 CCR 15301 and 15303, and/or that no supplemental review under the California Environmental Quality Act is necessary, 14 CCR 15162 and 15164. And we should have Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Director Wiley.
Break right now, because of my leg.
Samantha Wiley, your item is up.
We're gonna take a short break before the presentation, just a 5-minute break. And then we'll be back in 5 minutes. We're all back? Is Steve?
Steve's chair is there.
Okay. But he's at home.
come back. He is hurt. Steve.
Mm-hmm. Coughing into a towel. I mean, he's.
Well, Steve, we're talking about you. I hope you feel
Are
better.
you feeling better? I hope. Okay. Yeah.
All right, we're missing
Andy.
Andy, all right. Oh, how far are we into?
Should we get started?
We can get started.
Okay.
Andy's not commenting
This
on this.
is
All right,
item-
let's, the item,
It's item 9C. Would you like me to repeat the title just so everyone's up
no.
to speed?
well, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Consideration of amending the term sheet for Salty Turf LLC related to the development of a miniature golf facility at Vista Hermosa Sports Park and finding that the miniature golf project is categorically exempt from 14 CCR 15301 and 15303, and/or that no supplemental review under the California Environmental Quality Act is necessary, 14 CCR 15162 and 15164.
We have a presentation from Samantha.
Very brief, yes. So this is just an amendment to the term sheet. We are very close to finalizing the lease agreement with Salty Turf. But as the staff report states, through the negotiations, there was a want to lower that gross percentage of sales down to 5%, and then also cap the max on the gross percentage at $25,000. Staff feel that that's very fair and certainly will help to continue to move the project forward. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions if there are any, but we feel like after this step, we should be good to proceed forward.
All right, is there any public comment?
We do have one comment. Amanda?
So it's my understanding that the city council was going away from exclusive contracts such as 24 Carats, Wedgwood, the municipal golf course, Dave Cook's Pro Shop, Casa Romantica, and some of the contracts go back to the 80s. And there was a recent closed session item discussion regarding Community Real Playhouse. And from what I was informed was that the issue was under scrutiny, right? That we weren't going to do, the city wasn't going to do exclusive contracts, and here is one contract here for 30 years. And when the gas station plans at Vista Hermosa and La Plata were under negotiation, the city council scrutinized their proposal, and it lasted for some time. It was a couple years, from what I understand. And so when looking at the staff report, I'm concerned why there is a decrease in the percentage of gross sales from 7% to 5% automatically. And so why was there a decrease? So my concern is that if it goes from 7% to 5%, you're basically giving them $50,000 right off. Because to hit 8,500, that person, Salty Turf would have to be making $122,000 at 7%, or $170,000 at 5% to go over. Actually, if you multiply 5% to 170,000, you come up with 8,500. But I'm really concerned why there was a $50,000 reduction, and also in this attachment too. What about the restrictions of private events? Because the new attachment, I think it's attachment 1, doesn't include about restriction of Salty Turf to have only 4 private events per year. So also, why is the percentage of gross sales will be subject to increase in year 5? Why is that? And why is there a cap of $25,000 per month? I think that this is a terrible contract. I think that the bank that they are trying to get a loan from is they're figuring out that the numbers don't work. And this is 30-year lease. I think that this is a bad contract. I think this is, something that really needs to the city has to do more research on this. Research what other miniature golf courses are. There's one in Vista, but it also has a lot of other activities. So people are going to get bored with one, just how many holes there are. And so what's the turnover for those activities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
No additional comments.
All right. Any questions for Samantha?
I'll move to adopt the staff recommendation.
Let me just check quickly with Steve since, did you have any questions, Steve? Okay.
And one quick comment, though, and was comparing this to, it's certainly a concern. We have some long-term contracts in the city. The one different thing about this is a piece of land that nobody seems to be interested in. Like all the other vendors in town that were mentioned, 24 carats, I'm sure if they left, there'd be somebody really willing to jump right on in there and take that. There'd be some competition for that site. This site has really shown no interest. They're doing the improvement, so if for some reason they break the lease and go bankrupt, we've got the property back with the improvement still, so we're kind of covered that way for anything. So anyway, that's my only comment.
I'll just say this, it's an opportunity for us to support small local businesses. So I'm excited about that opportunity.
Steve, did you have a motion?
Yeah, Councilmember Duncan, yes, I made the motion to adopt the staff recommendation.
Councilmember Duncan.
Staff recommendation.
Is there a
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mark Enmeyer, your second. Let's take the vote then. Councilmember Noblock? Councilmember Noblock, aye. Your
Sorry,
vote?
yes.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Loeffler?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, Victor Cabral. So it passes 5-0.
Okay.
Next item?
Next item on the agenda, consideration of a resolution in support of AB 2081, alcohol and drug abuse treatment facilities.
All right. Do we have?
Yeah, I brought this up and asked that we support this piece of legislation. I think it goes a long way in helping our citizens, especially the neighborhoods that have sober living homes and drug treatment homes coming into their neighborhoods, so that we apparently are very difficult, impossible to control because of the state rules. But this law allows the potentially unethical and potentially nefarious operators to have that record made public, so that number one, our citizens know who their neighbors are, and number two, it could impact their licensing at the state. So I think it's a win-win piece of legislation, and I think we need to encourage its support and its passage. So that's why I brought the resolution up.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
We do have 3 speaker cards, Sarah Schneider, followed by Kathy Thompson, followed by Tony Rubolino.
Hi, everybody. As you all know, this issue is very close to my heart and my home. Thank you, Lori Davies, for introducing AB 2081, and to Steve Noblock and Rick Loeffler for discussion tonight. I'd like to give you a little background on why this issue matters for me and residents of San Clemente, and why I request your support tonight for this resolution. When the Affordable Care Act passed in 2014, it required coverage for substance abuse disorders, creating a new for-profit industry. Although well-intentioned, many of the downstream effects of this coverage were not well planned for. 10 years later, we have seen a gold rush in addiction healthcare. We have a cesspool of unregulated private equity, fraudulent purveyors, looking to maximize profits with little to no regulations. At whose expense? Mostly at the expense of vulnerable patients, while business owners milk our ever-increasing public and private investments in behavioral health care. In the last 10 years, there's been extensive investigative reporting, U.S. Department of Justice legal action, and overwhelming evidence of massive fraud and poor outcomes for those seeking addiction care. CNN investigators reported a decade ago, rehab racket, frauds, felons, and fakes. NPR reported in 2021, as addiction deaths surge, profit-driven rehab industry faces severe ethical crisis. The OC Register has been reporting evidence of fraud and scandal in the Rehab Riviera for a decade, strongly rebuking the status quo. The Justice Department recently declared Orange County ground zero for addiction care fraud. We have had grand jury reports. We've had legislative task force. We've had numerous bills proposed to address the challenges, and still no change has occurred. That is how powerful and rich the addiction business lobby is in this state. All of the common sense bills have been vetoed. It all comes down to money and profit. The state of California is one of the last states in the country to regulate addiction health care. You cannot ask the residents of San Clemente to open up their neighborhoods filled with children and elderly and families to fraudulent addiction recovery businesses with no regulations. That is not acceptable. My street will never be the same after we have personally experienced 3 homes being sold or rented to addiction care businesses. They aren't required to get a business license. They aren't required to have doctors on site. They aren't required to conduct background checks for their employees. They aren't required to have any safety inspections. They aren't subject to zoning requirements. What does everyone expect? Of course there will be fraud. They are raking in money hand over fist in the darkness of neighborhoods. Now our children must run and play outside of fraud-prone drug and alcohol facilities without regulations. This is not right. Please support this bill. It's a tiny step forward, but it's at least a step. And tell Gavin Newsom that the safety of so many is on the line and the ball is in his court. If more and more people in our city and state need health care, the very least we can do is make sure we have transparency.
Thank you very much.
Kathy Thompson, followed by Tony Rubolino. Kathy?
That's a hard act to follow.
I agree.
Okay, my name's Kathy Thompson, and I live in Southwest San Clemente. I live on the same street she lives on, where the 3 homes are potentially going to be the sober living homes. There is no regulation. There's no oversight. All this money is going to them with no oversight. This bill, AB 2081, is just the beginning of oversight. If we can support this, so we can start the whole oversight procedure, so we know how the money is being spent, who's being helped. We really want to help these people, but we don't want these people just to take their money and leave them with nothing. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tony Rubolino?
We have heard so many sober living home stories, and they've just been tragic that they've been prolific in San Clemente and a lot of our neighborhoods. I really, really hope that in one neighborhood in particular, Southwest San Clemente, are really paying attention and opening their eyes. If we go back to the Prop 1 opposition, that was Mark Onmeyer and Chris Duncan, who refused to oppose Prop 1. So that really is targeting Southwest San Clemente, the sober living homes that they have complained about, that they've dealt with, and Chris and Mark refused to oppose that. So we can also look at the districting, that Mark and Chris were the ones primarily who are driving force behind splitting Southwest San Clemente and breaking up their voting block to absorb other unrelated neighborhoods. And now this is an opportunity to try and start to make it right. This is pretty straightforward. This is out of the agenda report. If you look at just a few highlights, Assembly Bill 2081 by Assemblywoman Lori Davies would require substance abuse treatment facilities to post on their internet website anytime they have been found to have violated state laws or regulations. AB 21 will fine in the amount of $2,500 any treatment facility or home that does not post violations within 14 business days. And then skipping down to the bottom, this is basically aimed at making public the violations of these treatment facilities. I really don't see how any of you could oppose supporting this. I'm hoping this is a 5-0. Here we go.
Thank you for your comments. No other speakers' cards. We have any discussion? Mark?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you want to start, Steve, since
Steve?
you brought it forward?
Yeah, if there's no comments, I'll just make a motion that we adopt Resolution 24-32.
Okay,
Is
I've
there-
got comments.
Did you want to comment, though?
Yes, I did want to comment.
Can we hold off, Steve, until there's other?
Oh, Sure. I thought you were calling for a motion, but no. Just in terms of comments, I just think this is important. I'd like to see, potentially higher fines and more teeth. But as I think several of the speakers said, this is a step in the right direction, and we need to be supportive of it. I think of all the cities in southern Orange County, I think San Clemente probably is being struck the hardest by the gap in this whole system of allowing the state to allow these homes with no supervision, no monitoring, no governance whatsoever to come in, not just into business, but into our neighborhoods. And I think we need to take, even if it's a little action of supporting a state bill that heads in the right direction, I think we should do that. So I just think it's needed, it's a no-brainer, and I'm prepared to make a motion at the proper time.
All right, Councilmember Duncan?
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion, but I have a couple questions for the city attorney. Does this bill provide any of the regulations that we heard about from the speaker? Does it require any licensing for nurses?
I don't believe so. I'm not entirely sure.
Does it provide for shutting down any sober living homes?
Again, so this is like a policy decision from the city council, so I didn't really delve deeply into what this law does.
Okay.
So it might be
All right,
better to
well,
ask
I'll answer the questions then.
Councilmember Noblock that.
Here's my issue with it.
Yeah,
Here's my issue with it. Wait, I'm still talking. I completely agree with the speakers. What we really need is legislation to regulate these sober living homes and put them out of business so that they stop hurting our communities. So we can take little steps like this. This is nice sounding. It is a little tiny step, right? There's some reporting that is required, but it doesn't actually solve the problem. We need legislation that solves the problem. We need legislation that regulates these sober living homes. We need regulations that severely penalizes them when they violate health codes. That's what we really need. So I hope we can be supporting legislation that actually works to solve the problem instead of just legislation like this that requires the posting of violations on the website, and then they can get a small fine if they don't post it on the website, and someone's going to have to catch that and report it. Again, that is a slap on the wrist for the money these folks are making. What I'd like to see from our legislatures is don't take any money from these folks and put in place significant legislation that protects our communities and our kids from the blight on the community that sober living homes are. So let's look forward to that. But for now, I'm sure I'll support this. I wish we could get legislation to support that would actually make a meaningful difference.
Councilmember Dunn?
Yeah, I'll come in on that. Also, yeah, maybe we can at some point do a resolution to try to, compel our legislatures to do just that. But this is the first step, and it's a first step. The transparency is the big issue here. Number one, for obviously we have some residents in this town that's done some amazing research on some of the operators here. Well, they shouldn't have to do that research. The operators should have to post that. And also, it's for the safety of the clients. They should know before somebody puts a family member in one of these places what the operator's been guilty of and misdeeds. I think that might shut some of these operators down just if they have to start posting because they won't have the clients. So, yes, I agree with Chris. We need stronger legislation and stronger penalties. But as Steve so precisely said, at least this is a first step. And this will be the first step that I hope we take.
Yeah, I concur with all the points being made. There absolutely needs to be more regulation. I think the bipartisan support that there needs to be regulation on these sober living homes. This is why we have government and oversight to regulate, to make sure that the people are being taken care of, that we are being taken care of, that our loved ones are being taken care of. That's why we do these things. I would also add that there's another resolution, AB 2574, which is also supported by Cal Cities, just like AB 2081. I'll talk about that a little bit more in future agenda items.
Okay, all right. We'll go there. I would only say, Prop 1 is probably, that's being voted, is being decided today, is probably the biggest step in creating more of these and giving these homeowners more discretion, and it was a 3-2 vote to oppose that, and we had a chance to voice that. And I know you have a different opinion tonight, but when we did vote on Prop 1, and we had the chance to unanimously oppose the further development of these kinds of facilities, it was a divided body that took that on. So,
Well, I've got to correct you on that, sir.
well,
Actually, what the vote was is that Prop 1 covers a whole ton of different stuff. And if I recall, the two that didn't vote, that voted to not to write a letter opposing Prop 1, said what we would like to do is write a letter supporting everything, but not the sober living home part. Take out the sober living home part. That was exactly what the vote was about. So just to correct the record on that one.
Well, the record, I mean, that's one view, but the piece of legislation is an entire piece of legislation. You don't get to choose. We didn't create the bill. The bill was created by the elected officials, and what they put out there was one bill, and you have to vote on the bill in its entirety, not portions of it. But we'll leave it at that. We've both stated our piece, and we have a difference of opinion, but that's fine. That's why we all get elected. Let's move on to, I don't think there's any further discussion, so.
With no further discussion, I would make a motion that we adopt Resolution 24-32.
I'll second.
All right, the motion's been moved to be approved by Steve Knobloch, seconded by Rick Loeffler. All those in favor by Knobloch, Councilmember Knobloch,
Yes.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye. Aye.
Councilmember Loeffler.
Yes.
Councilmember Enmeyer.
Yes.
Or Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer, and Victor Cabral is an aye, so it's unanimous.
Carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda is City Manager Compensation Review and consideration of authorizing a First Amendment to the employment agreement with City Manager Andy Hall, implementing an executive level salary adjustment. And the report will be given by the City Attorney.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. At the last City Council meeting, the council agendized a review of the city manager's compensation. So staff has brought forward just, something for the City Council to work off of and discuss. And we're happy to answer any questions you might have about it.
And I will note that the city manager has left the building.
Recused himself.
Recused himself, I take it.
So
or-
he's not technically recused, but he has chosen to leave the room so
Okay.
that you could speak freely.
So that's the report.
That's the
And do we
report.
have any public comments?
We do have one public comment. Sarah Schneider.
Oh, boy. Hope you're not going to blast Andy.
I really wanted to, when I saw this after the agenda item, I wanted to speak on. I was glad to see it because I wanted to take a moment to really thank the city for hiring Andy Hall. I have lived in this city for a little over than a decade, and Andy is amazing. He has helped me personally in my community. He's helped my entire community. He is kind and smart and competent, and he's really hardworking. As we all know, cost of living is going way up. I mean, I don't know how people in government even can make ends meet at this point. So anything we can do to entice Andy to stay in our city and to keep working on our behalf, I think we should do. So I support the pay raise, if I'm reading what this is about correctly.
That's right. Is there any other discussion?
Amanda?
So I didn't realize this was on the agenda. And so Mayor Cabral knows about this. I had no idea that he was requesting a salary adjustment. I think he earns plenty enough. There was a, I have to bring this up because I was sitting on the third row, and Mayor Duncan asked for a break, and all of a sudden, the city manager walked down the hall, walked down this aisle, and my right leg was crossed over my left. The next thing I know, he kicked me And I said, what are you doing? I was so stunned about what he did. The person sitting in front of me was Aaron Washington. And what he noticed was there was no apologies. He just backed away. So after a couple minutes, I came up to him. The first thing he said to me, are you going to file a harassment suit against me? And I said to him, if you would have kicked my left leg, then we would have had a serious problem, because I've had 2 hip surgeries on my left. And he was stunned. I said, don't ever come. You shouldn't be able to go up to someone without knowing anything about them and kick them or lay their hands on them. And for the last year, I approached Councilmember Gene James, and then he brought in Councilmember Victor Cabral at the time. And a representative basically advised me to file a police report. And so I have been working, we have a good rapport, but I had to turn the other cheek. But I do not feel that that he should be compensated for an increase in pay. This is ridiculous. No, absolutely not. And this isn't right at all. And I just want to say that Councilmember Gene James and Councilmember Victor Cabral were so nice to me. I spend most of the time either in bed, on the chaise, or on the couch because of my hip problems that are continuing and ongoing, in a lot of pain. So I do not support this increase. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other comments?
Concerned resident?
Good evening. I don't really have an opinion on the amount of the raise. I just want to say that my experience with our city manager has been exceptional. He addresses every concern I've had and is very responsive, and I'm glad you hired him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Are we done?
That's all for speaker comments.
All right. Well, is there any discussion from the city council members?
All I can say is that my experience with Mr. Hall has been exemplary. I am so pleased with the decision that we have with him. Any accusations, I'm honestly, to drag someone's name through the mud like that with unduly, I think is just, I think we're better than that. For a bump on the,
Hold
so-
on. There's no comment.
So I'm just, I cannot speak his praises high enough. And if we want to keep the best, then we have to pay him a wage that's worthwhile.
Councilmember Noblock, did you have a comment?
Well, I've also been very pleased with the city manager and his managing of the city. He listens, he's responsive. I'm a little concerned about Amanda's comment. It's a surprise to me. I assume that happened at today's meeting. That was my understanding?
A year ago.
Pardon me?
A year ago.
Oh, a year ago. Yeah. Okay. Well, no, I have no other comments.
All right, Councilmember Duncan.
I think we're just incredibly fortunate to have Andy. I second all those comments. He's the right person at the right time for this city, and we've been looking for a leader like Andy, and we finally found him. And so I wholeheartedly support adequately compensating him, moving him to the next step. What happened here is we brought him in at in the middle of a step. Everybody should be at a step. So this is a sort of a half step increase to bring him in line, and just couldn't be happier with Andy. He's a breath of fresh air for the city, and I can't wait to see what he does in the future to make our city safer and more prosperous for our kids and our future generations. So looking forward to keeping him on for a while, I hope.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a comment, I have a couple of comments. First, I disagree with what's been said about his capabilities, his work commitment, his work ethic, his knowledge about the city, his knowledge about government. It's extraordinary. I've had the pleasure to, isn't that amazing?
You do need some more sleep, man.
I do. But, I've just had the pleasure to work with him this year, and we spent a lot of time together. And it doesn't matter if it's 8 in the morning, 7 in the morning, or 11 o'clock at night. He's on the job. He's working. Last night, I think I called him at 10 o'clock at night. He's still reading emails, trying to respond to the citizens that write to him because he's that compassionate about this issue. And I do want to agree with Mark as to the comments made by a resident. I believe they're false. In fact, I know they're false because, and I won't get into this in a public forum, but I know them to be false. So I wholeheartedly defend our city manager. I do know what happened. As that individual stated, she came to two members of the city council. We both interviewed her along with the sheriff and others, and there's documentation, and there's specific. She went detail by detail, and what she said today is not what happened. So I will stand by our city manager wholeheartedly. I think this has been fully investigated. There's nothing to it. And for her to come here at the city council meeting and make those kind of allegations is just uncalled for. But if there's any other discussion.
I'll make a motion. We adopt resolution 20.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor. So there is a technicality in the law that requires this.
I have one amendment that I want to make to this. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to have a semi-annual review of him so that halfway through the year we could make bring him up to speed, let him know what's happening, let him know our views. And that was my recommendation. Is there another one or?
Just a technical legal requirement.
Okay.
So when it comes to any increase in executive level compensation, the legislative body needs to verbally summarize what that is before taking action.
Okay.
So before actually bringing a motion,
All right.
I would recommend
I'll read it.
that someone provide a summary report of what the intended action might be.
All right.
Do that if you want, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I recommend that we approve Resolution 2423, direct staff to make a report summarizing the proposed action and adopt this resolution, providing for a 2.99% salary increase for the city manager effective February 2024, along with an additional semi-annual review, which would take place in August of this year?
To be determined.
Semi-annual report to be determined. That's not very specific. Is that sufficient, Madam City Attorney?
That's sufficient, thank you.
I'll second.
So that was the summary report. Now we need a motion. Unless there's
Jump the
further
gun.
discussion.
Go for it, Steve.
I'll move the resolution 2433 with the amendments that I mentioned.
I'll second.
All right. Councilman Noblock, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilman Duncan.
Aye.
Councilman Loeffler.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer.
Aye.
And Mayor Cabral, yes. Aye.
We'll get it by the end of the night.
No, we won't. I'm fading more by the end. It's getting worse.
I love how you refer to yourself in the third person.
I really am tired. All right, next item.
So lounging in Mexico tires you out, huh?
Next item on the agenda is the
Working.
consent calendar.
On a brief.
Are there any items that need to be pulled? Council would like to pull from consent?
Anybody want to pull anything from consent? The minutes?
Do we want to let
Committee
Andy know
report?
to come back in, or does he? No.
He's gone home.
Oh, he's aware he's coming back.
He might be. All right. Anything that anybody wants to pull? None of the members?
Nope,
Do we have any
no
pub-
speaker comments?
Okay,
So-
well then, let's have
I'll
a
make a
motion.
motion to move the balance.
Second.
All right. Let's take the vote. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Loeffler.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Aye.
and Meyer. And I'm an aye.
Consent calendar carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda is oral communications, part 2. We do have one speaker card. Concerned resident?
Just one concerned resident tonight. Oh, maybe we had a second
I've only
concern.
been up here twice, I beg your pardon. This is my second time, so.
Oh, no, I was.
No, you're just saying only one concerned
Can you start my
resident.
time over, please? All right, so I want to take the opportunity to share some excerpts from a San Clemente pickleball ambassador who posted this on the San Clemente pickleball social media site. As many of you know, Sanji is closing in a few days, and now new courts are opening. The negotiation to build new courts and to close Sanji has been an ongoing process for 2 years. We now have a group of players that are disgruntled and staging a protest at Tuesday's meeting to keep Sanji open. Promises were made to alter the park's master plan, to close Sanji and build new courts at Steed. The city has followed through with their promises to the Sanji neighborhood and the pickleball community. I hope most of you understand that as an ethical and moral pickleball community, we don't wait until the city spends a small fortune to build new courts, passes motions to plan our future pickleball hub, and then only to complain and protest when the old courts go away. Our word is our bond within the city and the community. Let's not ruin our reputation, and let's respect the plan that was agreed upon. So here's my question. Since the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem did not honor the agreement, should we question their moral and ethical, whatever? You did wait until the city spent a small fortune of our money to build new courts with the criteria that they were to replace the existing courts in Sanji due to noise. The same reason the city closed courts in San Luis Rey. The same reason the courts were built at Steed Park. Steed Park is not in a residential area. I have emails between Mayor and Councilman Mayor Pro Tem, between you and the disgruntled pickleball player, who is a Dana Point resident. He told you he wants to be able to play pickleball in San Clemente's residential neighborhood. Rather than keeping your promises and advising he gets his city to provide them, you reneged on your promise to the city. The gifts of Superman capes from this Dana Point pickleball player speaks volumes of your giving the disgruntled pickleball players who do not even live in San Clemente priority over the tax-paying residents having a peaceful enjoyment of their home, which I think is one of your laws. As the San Clemente pickleball ambassador so eloquently stated, let's not ruin our reputation and let's respect the plan that was agreed upon. But our mayor and Mayor Pro Tem chose to ignore pickleball ambassadors. Instead, they decided to appease none other than the Dana Point pickleball player who presented 3 of you with Superman capes immediately after your vote to renege on your promises to the Sanji neighborhood. The city deserves a council with high morals and ethics and who keep their word.
Thank you very much for your comments. They're appreciated.
Here we go.
Are you guys here for something? Yeah, we just wanted to talk with your wife about the video that was posted. Okay. She's not in trouble or anything, but we just want to just educate her and let her know that the golf carts and stuff aren't allowed on the beach trails. Okay. So that's the only reason why.
She's not here right now.
She's not? Okay.
We're going to Vista Del Mar for like a 5th grade recital or whatever.
Okay. All right.
Let me see if she's coming over here, if she's going to be there. Yeah, it's at 1:45, so she's probably going right over to the school.
Okay.
You guys want to come back after it's done or something? Or?
We might. If you just want to just talk to her, just let her know that the golf carts and stuff aren't allowed on the beach trails. It's a specific city code that prohibits any kind of vehicle on the beach trails. So just education, that's all we're here for, just to let her know, just because it's put on social media, and I know a few people were a little upset about it. So just giving you a heads up. If we do happen to see it on the beach trail, then she probably will receive a citation for it. Just to let you know, just for future reference. Yeah. So that's all we're here for, sir, just to let you know.
Okay.
And spread the word.
Okay.
All right, sir?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just wanted to make sure the public had an opportunity to observe the body cam footage obtained via a public records request from the Orange County Sheriff's Department, that a visit had to happen because a council member wife operated a electric cart on the San Clemente Beach Trail amongst pedestrians, children, pets. I mean, it's just absurd. It's so bizarre, this whole Barbiegate thing. Let's go to the next slide. This is the text message that was referenced earlier. This also was obtained via a public records request. That's Chris Duncan saying, "Still pissed the Harborview folks did not at least clap for us. We went way out for them." Way out. Next slide. This also is a text message that was obtained via a public records request. This was discussion over the storm runoff and the issues with slides and protecting people's homes and sandbags. And Chris jumps in there, let's take can't redact this one, let's take the shitty sand cobble from the pier bowl, bag it, and give it to the residents as sandbags. Solves 2 problems, just saying. Lovely, Chris, just lovely.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comments?
No, nothing else under oral communications, part 2. Next item on the agenda is future agenda items.
Look, I'm just take one second to
Pardon me.
comment, because I was brought up about these agreements that were entered into. I just have to respond to that, because there were agreements entered into by the pickleball players. Nothing was agreed to here at the city council. This is the only place we make agreements. We don't go out to the public and make deals with pickleball ambassadors or anybody else. So, and the second thing, there was the allegation that I took a cape. I never took a cape. It was presented to me, and I gave it immediately to our city manager and our city attorney. I never accepted it, as do I believe all the other members that are alleged to have, that we keep alleging that we accepted this gift or bribe, as they call it, but we didn't accept it or take it. So just want to correct the record on that. All right, next item you say is?
Future agenda items.
Okay.
So on this, putting council people as kind of liaisons with these committees, commissions, is this something that's happening?
I think it's happening.
Okay.
It's in the works already. So I think we'll see it relatively soon. I
You
know
don't need to agendize it for later.
It's something that the city manager,
That's all I want to make sure.
you know, now that we adjusted his pay, I'm sure he'll get it done even faster.
Hey, you still got it, man. Even tired. That was nice. That was a good
I'm
one.
sorry about
You're
that.
awake, come on.
Barely. Any future agenda items?
Yeah, I have 2, and first one is to look at AB 2574, looking at a letter of support for that resolution that also deals with sober living homes. Very similar legislation being put forward. Is there, if I could get a second?
I would only say, you know, there are thousands of, I mean, and you have every right, and I understand this, I'm not trying to, it's, some of this, and I would tell Steve the same thing. Some of this, we can write a letter directly.
Yeah, and I'm going to get to that
Okay.
too. But, and that's going to be a little bit hypocritical on my own part in the next statement. But for AB 2574, my only reason in saying this one is that there were two bills, sponsor's not the right word, but that Cal Cities supported. The one that we voted on tonight, the other one is AB 2574. And so they are both in similar proximity, and it's just those two bills. Could I get a second on looking at that?
Second.
Great.
Do you need a staff report?
I don't think we need
I don't think so.
yeah, I don't think we need a staff report.
All right, so
Okay.
that'll, we'll put that on.
Okay, and then
Well, let me
my,
ask you this, because the other thing I'm concerned about, is there an urgency? I mean, do you want to, because some of the stuff we're trying to just,
there's not an urgency,
Okay.
only to say that they're back to back. I just thought it was
Okay.
nice to do. If we did one tonight, it'd be good to do one that is also sponsored, not sponsored, but endorsed, that's the word I'm looking for, endorsed by Cal Cities
Okay,
to
all
do them back to back.
that's fine.
Then hypocritically on that, I would also.
Want to retract it?
No, I would also,
You are a politician.
yeah, right. Propose that the city make a policy whereby we won't write letters as a council for state and national bills and legislation, but rather as individual council members that we could sign on to individually, but we as a city can remove ourselves from commenting on the state and national bills. So,
And the logic there is, let's concentrate on city stuff. right?
Yes.
Like, and let's let the legislators do their thing. We can voice our opinions individually, but we've got more than enough to handle here in the city. Let's focus on that.
yeah, I think
so-
when we have a lot of these letters that are 3-2 decisions, we get, whether you like the decision or not, we end up getting associated with it, guilty by association. And maybe it's a better policy that we do those things individually. So just looking for a second on this for discussion as a future agenda item.
Yeah, and I'll second that. I think we should always work on trying to be more efficient so we can get to the business of the city. So let's have a discussion about it.
All right, that's the second item then.
And we don't need a staff report on that. So,
No,
yeah.
and but city manager, perhaps this is something for a retreat or something like that too, right? Like good subject for that kind of environment.
I wholeheartedly support the city council concentrating on local issues.
Any other future agenda items? Future agenda items, anybody? Steve?
No,
All right, let's move on. Next item.
Commission and committee reports, any updates? Council subcommittee updates?
I have
Oh.
let's see, committee? No. Is that what it is? Well, again, I'm the representative on the Orange County Fire Authority. As a board member, we're going to be coming back soon. We are a cash contract city, so we'll be coming back soon with with the bill due. Oh, I'll just wait for this to.
I think they're talking about you.
They might be.
Is there,
I don't know. It's very distracting, but it's okay.
is this something we,
It's okay.
Pardon me, yes, I'm sorry.
In a water pipe, right?
Yeah.
We were getting something for Andy. What was that?
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
he was
No, I
wondering
was
if
just.
you, he was a little bit distracted.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sorry about that.
Commissions and committees.
And then, so council subcommittee updates, so if you have a report out on the Orange County Fire Authority?
Yeah, I don't know if that's
Okay.
A or B, but yeah, just to say that we are cash contract city, so we'll be getting the bill soon. It's hefty, but it's limited actually by a certain percentage, but well worth it. We have the world-class firefighters and our Orange County Fire Authority and doing a great job over there and continuing to work on getting more. I know, Shane is no, but one thing that we will continue to work on there is to try to get more wildfire resources into San Clemente because we are at the tip of the spear for potential wildfires, and I am continuing to work on that on behalf of our city at the Fire Authority, as Shane knows. So that's still in progress, and hopefully I'll have a positive report on that later. We'll see. But yeah, that's it. We're having a meeting coming up. I'll report after that meeting.
More resources, less plaques.
All right.
Ooh, ouch. At least he's not doing those presentations at the beginning of the meeting anymore.
But yes,
There's
I'm
like
not,
every
I'm
meeting
not
for
running
a
for
while.
anything right now. When I run for something, I'll start doing 100 plaques at a meeting. Any other thing on, from the city council members' reports?
Subcommittee, we had a good meeting for our homeless subcommittee, talking about inclement weather, talking about options. I don't think we're ready quite yet to bring something forward, but just that I think it was really productive. So I'm looking forward to coming back with something soon, but we're not there yet.
And I did have a meeting with someone, I referred them to your committee,
United Way?
United Way, yeah.
We're going to have a Zoom or something.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, I think they have, there's a good partnership opportunity
Yes.
there that I saw. City attorney report,
Ms. Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have nothing to report.
and your status as,
Oh, jeez.
are you delighted to be here?
Begging for it.
All right, I guess we're not going to get anything tonight. City manager report.
He does have a report, and he
Okay.
just went to go grab his notes about the report.
Well, then maybe you can fill in something about your report on working with the city of San Clemente. Has it been
It's always a
extraordinary?
pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente, yes.
And in the meantime, we had a Chamber of Commerce luncheon last week.
Yes.
Many of you were there, and the business of the year was Avalas, which is awesome. We had our volunteer of the year was Chris Aiken, I believe, from Cottons. Our citizens of the year were Don and Shelley Kindred, who published the San Clemente Journal. They are really just treasures. But most important, I think, was that the nonprofit of the year was the Friends of San Clemente Foundation, which I think really was taking the
they
top
get a
prize.
plaque?
We got several plaques.
And were any of them signed by?
One of them was signed by Victor Cabral.
Oh,
we
very
had
good.
numerous plaques. We're just looking for a home for them right
All right,
now.
we'll have to work on that then.
I was just killing time for you, Andy. Go
We're
ahead.
waiting for you, Andy. City manager report. It's getting late.
Yes, council members, there are a number of contracts we wanted to make you aware of and the public aware of. First one is WSP Environmental and Infrastructure Incorporated, providing for peer bacteria source characterization study for $9,000. The Geosyntec for providing as-need water quality management plan, WQMP, review in the amount of $9,995. Diamond Construction for providing Cypress Shore hauling HDPE, high-density polyethylene, I think is what that stands for, pipes and bends in the amount of $27,500. Kimley Horn Professional Historic Resource Analysis Peer Review for $5,880. VCA Consultants Incorporated providing for a permit technician in the amount of not to exceed $50,000. Nino and Moore Geotechnical and Environmental Science Consultants providing as-need geotechnical and related in an amount not to exceed $50,000. Geologic Associates for providing as-needed geotechnical and related services not to exceed $50,000. Linkture Forensic Investigation and of the shorted bus duct at the Power Distribution Center at the City of San Clemente Water Reclamation Plant, $17,200, and Duncan Engineering Marine Safety Headquarters Structural Assessment, $9,250.
No relation.
Thank you.
I hope not. That was
All
it.
right, that's it, all right. We're going to adjourn the meeting, and on a sober note, tonight, we're adjourning this meeting in memory of Neil Barbanel, I think is the pronunciation. Neil began his volunteer career with the San Clemente Senior Retired Volunteer Program in May of 1991 and retired in June of 2019. In total, Neil served 28 years and volunteered 11,500 hours of service to his beloved community of San Clemente. Tonight, we remember Neil for his service to the city of San Clemente, the San Clemente Police Department, and the Orange County Sheriff's Department. And we thank him for his service and the service of all the volunteers, and we are going to adjourn in his name tonight. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to adjourn. The next regular city council meeting is scheduled to take place on March 19th, 2024. Closed session will begin at 5 PM and the regular business meeting will begin at 6 PM. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Kaya Negotio, second floor, San Clemente.
Do we hear a second?
Second?
Councilmember Noblock, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Loeffler?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem, sorry, and Meyer?
Aye.
And I vote aye too. Thank you. So it's unanimous. Business is adjourned.